Finally!
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. We are off for a week. We're back now. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, I got Dan Barron, Addy Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, and we're here to play some Manifest. But before we do any of that, I think we have a couple announcements we want to throw out. So I believe, was it Seth? Am I tossing the attention to you, Seth?
I know it happens. It's not doesn't regularly happen, but it happened today. Lucky you. So I am here to announce this month and last month's our featured charity. It's RAIN, RAINN. It's the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. It operates the National Sexual Assault Hotline. And runs programs to prevent sexual violence and help survivors and bring perpetrators to justice. It's a really amazing organization. Can't recommend them highly enough. If you have any spare dollars, please donate. Their helpline is also available 24/7 at rainn.org, and their number is 800-656-4673. So check them out. Definitely donate. They're a worthy cause for sure.
And
back to you, Tommy.
Well, I'm passing the buck right over to Addy to see. Addy, do we have any other announcements we need to toss out? The dog is rummaging and stuff. You guys can't see, but Addy and I are moving in tomorrow, and the behind me is chaos, and now that everything in the house has been moved, the dog is just putting his nose in everything. So I'm just going to lean off screen for a minute here. But Addy, do we have any announcements?
Well, we don't have any new announcements. We got some really cool suggestions for some merch that I am really excited about developing. So that is in the works. Thanks to everybody who reached out with some ideas. And if you have ideas, this first round is closed. But if you come up with something that you want to see, let us know, and I have a list now. I will add it to the list. The second thing is that we are all over. We are all over social media with on Facebook. Stop it!
Absolute professional.
I know. Trying to be professional here. On Facebook and on Twitter. If you found the secret code to Instagram, you know that it is lit. But
some of you are close. I've seen the theories.
But you can reach us there at Manifest RPG and Manifest the RPG. We also have a website, and for those of you who supported our Kickstarter and later our pre-orders, you can always reach us at our Discord, which is pretty cool. That's where you can do things like submit your questions for the end of the stream. So look us up. We're around, and also we're here almost every Tuesday night. Not last week, but going forward, we have no plans to miss any for the foreseeable future. And if you want to get reminded about when we go live, hit that follow button. And if you have the bandwidth and you like what you see and you want to help us add cool stuff to the stream, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And all of the proceeds from that go straight back into the stream for lights and art and stuff like that. So it's really great. And I think that is it. So back to you, Tommy.
Woo! Yeah, sorry for running around there. I realized he needed a bed to lay on.
You mean he needed a bed to lay next to?
You are correct. All right. So the only other thing we got going, a lot of you already know this, but any of you who are joining the stream for the first time, we have our channel points set up. They're called Viewer Grit. You can see them at the bottom of your chat. There's a little waypoint star there that you can click on and see all the cool things you can do with Viewer Grit. The most important thing you can do with Viewer Grit is you can use it to influence the game. You can spend that grit to give grit to either the players or myself, the GM. You can see we have these little numbers in the top left of each of our windows that lets you know how much grit each person has. The players have a maximum of 12 grit, and I have no such maximum. You can give me as much grit as you like. Though I will say there is like a limit to how much grit I can feasibly spend in a session. So if you pump me up to like 50, like I'm probably not gonna be able to do anything with that. So don't go too crazy there. But you can spend your grit to give grit to the players and help them out in a tough situation, or you can spend grit to give me grit and I make situations more tough for them. But when you give me grit and I spend it against them, they get grit. So it's like you're buying grit for them at a discount.
I want everyone to know, if you spent grit to Tommy last game, it is a direct A to B. You almost killed Seth.
Yeah. Why would you do that?
And isn't
Why?
that power fun?
You were almost murderers.
Doesn't that make you
whatever is
feel
the problem.
alive?
We don't need to help Seth's dice kill Seth.
I do see right now, Random Jerk has said, I have a feeling this will be needed before too long, and he gives a grit to Porter.
Thank you, Random Jerk. That is accurate.
Argotlam shockingly says, after 14 episodes, he's actually run remarkably low on grit.
I don't believe it.
Yeah. So that's
He's spending like 6,000 an episode on us.
it is true. All right, cool. So, we do get a grit to Dex though from Argotlam. This is what he can afford for now. The Argotlam train might slowly move through town this session. All right, cool. So we have a lot to jump into. Another grit for you, Dex, from Ryak. And Fiddler Undone, a grit to Porter.
Thank you, Fiddler.
Here we go. There we go. There we go. You guys had like almost no grit going into this. Now Dex has 4 and Porter has 5. That's great. Look at you guys.
Yeah, we got in a fight. I dumped all my grit as fast as I possibly could.
Ew, get this grit out of here.
But before we jump into a recap of what has happened thus far, let's transport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at cool character art of these 4 characters. Here we go! All right. So, while that was playing, Fiddler Undone did give 1 grit to Dex. So, Dex, you move up to 5 grit.
Hell yeah. I'm loving this love train.
And with that, let's get into the recap. So, these 4 drifters are joined together in a quest to figure out the meaning behind a strange symbol they found etched into the weapons of some bandits that attacked them. They've during their time investigating this, they ran afoul of the militia when the militia sort of occupied the settlement of Waypoint for some time in order to apparently recover this person who, named Jack Taylor, who had become this kind of crazed luminescent monster. The 4 drifters assisted the militia in taking down Jack Taylor, and then the militia spirited away Jack Taylor's body, but not before our drifters saw that he had that same symbol they're trying to decipher tattooed on his heel. The other thing they did to try and move along this path was they asked the sheriff of Waypoint to put out feelers, and they were given the name of Alistair Caldwell, a seasoned gunslinger from the guild known as the Legionnaires of Astoria. They went to meet with Alistair, who apparently had recently seen this symbol, and Alistair informed them that there was an indentured servant who had that symbol tattooed on his collarbone, and that he would give them the name and location of that servant if they assisted him in taking down some extremely well-equipped and dangerous bandits. And so with that, they went after Kyle Peters, Michael Garcia, and Paulina Erickson in an attempt to get the information they needed. During that fight, Porter was immediately grievously injured, a shot in the abdomen, I believe, right? And started bleeding profusely, like dying, like straight up class 4 injury, was bleeding to death. Gus leapt into action, activated his illuminated powers, and ran Porter over to where Eloise was so that Porter could immediately get medical attention, while Dex moved in on the bandits from the flank and Caldwell moved in on the bandits from the front. Unfortunately, while the bandits were defeated, Alistair Caldwell did not survive the altercation. For the brief moment that he was standing his ground alone, he was shot and killed. However, Eloise was able to save Porter before he bled to death. And Gus was the last person with Alistair Caldwell before he died. And so what we're going to do at the beginning of this session, because it kind of got wrapped up quickly at the end of last session, is we're going to dial back the clock just a little bit. Back to when Eloise was treating Porter. Porter's making his mind link with Eloise so that he can speak to her, because the healing tonic he had to take to save his own life rendered him mute. And around that time, Gus was having his final words with Alistair. Gus, you basically knelt down and you're like, I can get you, like, come on, I'm gonna get you here. And he like grabs you like by the collar and goes, "Nah, I ain't no fool, son. I know when my time's come." And he moves his jacket to the side, and you see like just a part of his abdomen is like missing. Like you can see the bone in his rib as like a chunk has been like blown out, and like that lung is just like filling with blood. And he like says, "Pen and paper. A deal's a deal. You need your information."
Yeah. Gus takes out his journal and a pen.
"The man you're looking for, his name's Simon Lapidus. He's working at the Oswald Homestead in Loner's Pass, 4th Dearborn Territory. But that's all good and well, but I need you to promise me something. Gus is the name, yeah?"
Yeah.
"Gus." And he like, you hear a click as he unhooks his belt buckle, and like slides his gun belt out from underneath his wounded body. You see that kind of modified belt with like the revolver cylinders attached to it, and those two immaculately crafted 6-shooters in it. And he like sets it down next to you. He doesn't have enough strength to even lift them up and like hand them to you. He just kind of like slides them along the ground towards you. And he goes, these guns are more important than my life. You need to get them to my guild hall, the Legionnaires of Astoria. It's located on the Flagstone River in the western end of the Heartwood Forest in a canyon. You look for it, you find them. Your buddy Dex, he'll understand how important this is. You swear to me, Gus.
Yeah, no, I'll get these to the guild hall, certainly.
You swear to me on this, and like his bloody hand traces a streak of blood along your prayer necklace, your triptych prayer necklace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, didn't think this is how this was gonna go. If I was a betting man, I never thought Paulina Erickson would have done me in. Oh.
You two had history?
Nah, not more than a week's time. Just heard a name and went after it, you know?
Yeah, suppose so. Hey, can I ask you something?
If you're quick.
With it all behind you, how do you feel about being a gunslinger?
You're worried about your friend, a novitiate.
Sometimes.
Let me tell you something. The work is doing is needed, but a lone gunslinger is a weak son of a bitch. I know. That path your friend walks is dark and dangerous, but without folk like you to remind him what he's fighting for, he'll forget how to do anything but kill, and he looks down at himself and go, and be killed. That kid's got to learn to live, and he ain't gonna learn it from a gunslinger.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah. It's a lot colder than I thought it'd be. And then his eyes kind of glaze over and he settles restfully against the stone.
Yeah, I think Gus sort of like sits there for a moment. As like Hulk wears off of him a little bit and his heart starts to like his heartbeat, which has been like pretty well elevated, starts to like return to normal. He I guess he takes probably his own shirt and he wraps it tightly around like the like gaping wound that his name's Alistair, is that right?
Yep.
Alistair had. And he puts him over his back and he takes the gun belt in his hand and he starts to walk towards where he knows the group to be.
Yeah, as you get there, you see Dex has arrived with, I think, 1 healing tonic, maybe 2.
I handed off the one that Porter had given me previously because I knew that one was fine to drink.
And Eloise is just finishing sealing the wound in Porter's side. Porter is weak, has fallen unconscious, but even in the brief moments as like Eloise and Dex look up to regard Gus, Porter, you start to blink yourself back awake. You only lost consciousness for a handful of seconds.
And she's just finished patching me up then.
Yeah, because she successfully treated the injury, so the injury is gone.
Right. See, I told you could do it.
I mean, you did. Yeah, you did tell me that, and I mean, I did. But like, are you sure you're okay? I don't. I think I did it right. I don't know. Are you okay?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I
Uh,
think I might need to sleep for a second though. Just for a second. I'll be all right. Just wait me in like 15 minutes.
Porter like shifts to like
Okay.
go to sleep. Yeah, and Eloise, you look up and you see Gus with the dead body of Alistair Caldwell over his shoulder, and a gun belt in his hand.
Remembering that I left Porter in sort of danger, I think Gus comes up at a pretty hearty jog.
Sure.
Like, he's carrying.
Yeah, you
a
didn't
dude,
like
but-
casually step up and go like, "Everyone, look at me." No. Yeah, you got there and you're like, you look and you do see like Porter has he's like shifting and like has a small smile on his face. Nothing that he said to Eloise is anything you hear because that's through the telepathic link. But he's got like a small smile on his face as it looks like the color is starting to come back to him.
How is he? He looks better.
I think so. But Gus.
Yeah. I don't know. I would ask you to take a look at this guy. I tried to get him over to you, but he didn't think he'd make it and wouldn't let me take him. I think he's gone.
I'm not really sure. Yeah, no, I can look.
If you want, but I don't know. And Gus sort of like unties his shirt that he had like tied around the wound. It's not good in there.
Yeah.
No, I guess I don't.
Yeah. No, I'm
No,
sorry.
I-
That
Um,
goes ties it back up. Yeah, no, he didn't make it on this one. But he Gus holds up his notebook. He told me where we need to go, and he made me swear to him to take this gun belt to the Legion Hall to return it.
okay.
Hey, great job with Porter. I know this ain't what you usually do, but he looks so much better.
I mean, he helped me.
I mean, sure, but like, I don't know. I don't think. Hell, you did real good work.
Okay.
Now, I haven't heard any shooting for a while. Sorry, is Dex there? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then yeah, King's all here. I think Dex looks over to Dex like I don't know. He gave me some directions on where to give this. I don't know when sort of where that falls on our priority. The other name he gave me was Simon Lapidus on the Oswald. He's on the Oswald homestead in Loner's Pass.
Where did he tell you to bring his guns?
Back to the hall, to the Legion Hall.
He told you where to go though, right?
Yeah, it's the Flagstone River.
You all know that
Canyon,
name. It's
of
a
course.
pretty large tributary off of the Pilgrimage River. That's in the western end of the Heartwood Forest. It ends a little bit north of Jacobstown over the Salt Flats, but it starts well and truly within the Heartwood Forest.
I don't have a map of Manifest handily available right now. Where is that in relation to Loner's Pass?
To
On the
Loner's
other
Pass,
side?
beyond. This is Southern Garden. Just
Okay,
north
so
of
if we
Lake.
went, like if we went through Loner's Pass, we could conceivably then go on to.
Loner's Pass
Where-
would be on the way to Heartwood, yeah.
Okay.
Because Heartwood basically encompasses almost the entire southern border of the garden before it touches Lake Jacobson.
Uh,
Yeah, go ahead.
these should get back sooner rather than later, but I don't think there's a Legionnaire alive who's gonna make a stink about the mission getting in the way of the return.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, no, Dex, is there a way gunslingers like to be buried, or can I find this guy a nice grove?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Tommy. I don't think gunslingers are enough of like a cultural. They don't have their own cultural traditions shared across the whole thing, other than shooting evil people, right? Like,
It depends on the guild a little bit. Some guilds might like basically the way of the gun is true to each guild in its own way, and that may include certain types of burial rites.
but like, I don't just know. There's no like, this is the gunslingers all get Viking funerals.
Yeah,
It's not
no.
like her thing.
It's and you know that at least within your own guild, like people have their own faiths and their
Yeah, it is
own
whatever.
desires for their burial. Plenty of triptych and Astraean and etc. Like
Sure.
practitioners within at least your own guild.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know the traditions of the Legionnaires. But amongst the wardens, there's no special burial rites. It's all personal. I don't think he'd fault you for finding him a nice grove.
That's what I'll do. All right, well. Shit. Guess. I don't know. I guess what we did what we were supposed to do, and we got what we came for. Just don't feel like either of those things. I don't know. Don't feel. Neither of them feel good. You know.
Those people in there were far more equipped than any bandits I've run into. They were going to go on to hurt a lot of people. I know it doesn't feel good, but we did good here today also.
Yeah. No, and that's good. I meant like Porter, like with Porter and like with him, like Alistair. Yeah. No, we did good. Hey, yeah. That's good. We did good. That's good to think about. Yeah, those people were bad people. Okay, we did good. Yeah. No, great. Thank you. Thank you, Dex.
Looks like Porter might need a little time to rest. I didn't do a very thorough job looking through their hideout. If anyone wants to come with and see if they've got anything we can use.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll stay with Porter. Y'all two go ahead.
Okay. Just in 11 minutes and 24 seconds, just wake him up. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay.
1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Dex and Eloise, you go into the hideout. The hideout is basically there is a cellar that was built in what used to be a home. The home has been leveled at this point. The cellar is still relatively intact and doesn't really have a lot to it. And then there's a hidden door inside that cellar that led down into this actual bandits hideout that has been like kind of dug out in the ground. It basically has two areas. It has like what seemed like kind of like a living type area, and then a more narrow space with the like kind of hammocks and bunks, and then a back door that led to that hallway that Dex came through.
I think we go back through that hallway because we're right by it now.
Yeah. So you walk through that hallway, you enter into the like kind of like the like sleeping area first, and the door is still open where the dead body of Michael Garcia is bound by the ladder that goes up. You can see that in the distance on the other side of that kind of like more wide living area. And you're able to look around. There's plenty of things you can find with ease. But I'll still have you both roll an observe test. And this is just to kind of get a sense of like how long it will take you guys to like basically like loot this place, collect everything there is to find that's worthwhile, that kind of thing.
I got 2 hits.
Okay.
I got 3 hits.
Okay, cool. So one thing that's pretty clear is just looking around, Eloise, you heard them, and when you climb up, or Dex tells you, you can see there are those the turrets that have been destroyed but are still salvageable. And then there's like the armor of the bandits, which is also destroyed but is salvageable. And at a guess, you think you could probably get well over 10 machinery cubes and maybe around 10 tech cubes if you took the time to salvage those things. In addition to that, just the supplies, the general supplies around this hideout, it's got like a little generator with some electricity and stuff like that. So you think you could even get a few more machinery cubes and a few more tech cubes if you took time salvaging the whole thing in general. So there's a decent amount of machinery cubes and tech cubes that could be acquired if you spent time here just like breaking things down. But on top of that, easily you were able to find nearby the generator, there's 2 fuel cubes. So you guys get that. Looting the bandits, you really easily find. There's, I don't know if someone's writing all this down. But there's 2 cubes of medium firearm ammo that is hollow point. And then 2 cubes of heavy firearm ammo that is incendiary. And easily, without having to spend a lot of time, you also find a total of 24 spurs amidst the bandits and like just around the hideout. There's definitely more to be found if you want to spend more time here. But like well into you kind of looking around and finding things like Porter, Gus wakes you up, I assume. This is longer than 15 minutes. This is probably like half an hour's worth of just kind of like taking inventory.
Yep, right.
Yeah, so Gus, you've counted to 11 minutes and 20 something seconds, and you wake up Porter.
Recognizing Gus, I just like pat him on the shoulder, glad that he's alive.
Hey Porter, yeah, how you doing?
Just gives you a thumbs up.
Good. Pretty touch and go there for a second, huh? Yeah. Man, Elle did great work on you. What all did she do?
Points his wound, taps his fist, and starts making some weird hand symbols.
You got to speak English with me. It sounds pretty technical. Yeah. I ain't a doctor. I don't know. I'm just glad it worked.
Yeah, so Dex and Eloise, that's like your cursory glance of the place. You're able to find those spurs and the fuel cubes and the ammo. There's probably some more to be around here. There's some like crates built into the wall. Like if you wanted to spend more time genuinely looting this place and salvaging things, you could probably get a decent amount of stuff.
Yeah, I think like midway through our glance around at stuff, I'll propose to Eloise, like, maybe we make camp here tonight. Me and Gus can clear out I like point to the dead guy in the corner. But it's pretty good shelter. There's a lot of supplies here. Honestly, a lot of it is probably Spring Mills. I'm sure they'd be glad to have it back.
Sure. Someone should go get the horse.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. I think I could get a lot of stuff out of here if we want to spend the time. But I don't know. Is that what we want?
And we, traveled through the night, been up all night. I think we could all use the rest.
Okay. I'll get started and you can send Gus down here with Porter. I'll see if I can't make a bed for him.
Cool. So Dex, you're able to like inform Gus and Porter and then make your way towards Alistair's horse and the other vehicles?
Yes. On my way there. Okay. It's just a horse. It's fine. It's just a horse. It's a well-trained horse. It's a gunslinger's horse. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
You get there, you come around the bend and you see tusked up there next to the vehicles, a little ways away from the hideout is Alistair's horse. I forget, you were never given his name, right?
No.
Okay. So the horse like sees you and like trots his his hooves, his like front hooves, like kind of like kicking the dirt a little bit and like pulls against the reins as he like regards you.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna hello. I'm just gonna tie you to this wagon next to this horse. See, it's a horse, you're a horse. It's fine.
You're pointing at the mechanical horse in front of Porter's wagon. I absolutely want a wrangle test from you.
Yeah.
This is the best.
While you
really
wore
good discipline, really good survival, terrible wrangle, bad at animals.
While you're rolling that, Argitlam does give one grit to Porter, saying, "Just got enough for the next scrape by."
What a guy. Thank you, Argy.
Okay, here we go. God, man, Tommy, I'm so good at animals when I play gunslingers.
Did you roll a bunch of fours?
No, but I did. Okay, I have 3 hits. I did. My target is
ridiculous.
My target's a 5.
Oh. Okay, all right.
Gonna be a 6 on the next level up. What?
No, it won't.
Let's just take a look here. You said a 5?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, this is okay for you. I get 1 net success over you. You like walk up to like start undoing the reins, and as soon as you get them, like, because they're kind of staked into the stone, right? And as soon as you get them like unwrapped, this horse kicks back and like throws its hooves at you, and you're able to like dive out of the way. Yeah, you dive out of the way as it like kicks back, and then it for a second you think it's gonna run away, but instead it kind of like trots away and then like circles back around and it's like keeping a good distance from you as it like kind of like very like briskly like trots around in a circle around you, and then it kind of squares up as you like kind of start walking towards it with your hands up, trying to go for the reins, and again it like kind of pulls back and like and like kind of pulls and like kicks the dirt a little bit. And finally, you're able to grab the reins. And as you do, it does bite your knuckles. Not enough to deal hit point damage, but enough to like make your hand bleed. It like bites you, but your like training is enough that like that pain isn't enough to make you let go of those reins. And then it kind of lets you like stubbornly guide it over to the wagon. And then you're able to get the wagon in place and make your way towards the hideout.
So I like get up there, I like wrap my hand, get it going. You're a jerk. Yeah, well, I got bad news for you.
Wow.
Brutal.
What lack of decorum towards this animal.
It's only got a 5.
Listen, we didn't have like animals where I grew up. We were poor.
Here's the thing is, you're actually way better at animals than Gus, who grew up on a farm. Wait, that's not true. I have 10 wrangle, but I only roll 2 dice at it.
I know a lot about animals. I'm well learned about the subject.
If he had rolled a 10, he would have 1 net success.
Oh, wow. Never mind.
Yeah, so Dex is able to rejoin Gus and Porter. You're able to enter the hideout, and with all of you kind of like taking a time to kind of set up this temporary camp and relax, you're able to find more of what's here. For one thing, that 24 spurs becomes 48 spurs as you find even more spurs kind of stashed around the hideout. In addition,
Are you writing all this down, Seth?
Yep.
Cool.
Okay, cool. I don't want to keep adding to my spurs total if someone else is writing this down.
And in addition to everything else I said, you do find 2 more healing tonics, which Porter, even in his weakened state, using his med kit, can identify these pretty easily. So these are tier 2 healing tonics that heal 6 hit points. And the side effects are irritable bowel syndrome and shortness of breath.
Okay.
Oof, what horror show tonics.
There's 2 antidote tonics that are tier 2 as well. And their side effects are blind and stiff joints.
Wow.
But it's a tier 2 antidote tonic, which is 2 automatic successes on a negate test. Then you also find 4 euphoria tonics.
Okay.
The side effects are munchies. Dumb joke.
And
Great
the
joke.
side effect, the side effect for those, because they are just tier 1, it's only 1 side effect. I accidentally generated 2 side effects for it, so take that away. So the first one I rolled was hallucinations. So once the euphoria wears off, you start suffering hallucinations.
Bad trip, man. Bad trip.
So that's you get 4 doses of that. That's standard quality as well. Oh no, here, perfect. They're poor quality. That way, the fact that they have 2, that's what it is. Because they have 2 side effects. They're poor quality. Poor quality euphoria tonics. Hallucinations and the other side effect, because it's poor quality, is -2 to all awareness skills.
This is just drugs.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
just
those are
drugs.
drugs.
That's what it is. That's what the euphoria tonic is. It's just drugs. But the euphoria tonic does make it so that you heal more hit points when you are rolling endure or discipline as like a resilience roll to regain hit points. You gain 2 additional if you are under the effect of a euphoria tonic.
To endure and what?
Discipline. Those are the two things you can roll for a resilience roll to regain hit points once a day.
Nice. I guess it doesn't matter. Never mind.
You also find a tier 3 tonic, which
Okay.
is +1 to all personality skills and +1 to your personality attribute. They have a little label on it that says liquid courage. The side effects once that wears off are -1 to your personality attribute, thinned blood, and restlessness. While I'm going through this, Eloise, were you going to salvage?
Yes.
All right. So the potential salvages you have are machinery or tech. So roll whichever one you want, and then every time you roll, that just adds more time to the salvage.
Okay.
Can I
Well-
assist?
Yeah. I mean, you're totally healed, so you can help out.
Right.
Just you have to coordinate which one you guys are rolling.
It is literally the same to me. So.
It's the same to me as well. I rolled 3 dice and aim for 6 for both.
Cool. I just need to know which one you're going for because that determines what cubes you get per roll. Because it's machinery to get machinery cubes and tech to get tech cubes.
What do you need more?
Every.
So
I
I've
had-
got 3 machinery and 3 first aid.
Okay. Well,
Got everything even for
I
some reason.
have currently 6 machinery and 1 tech cube.
Huh.
So,
Okay.
But machinery is used in a lot of more things.
All right.
So, machinery. I think machinery is probably best. That
Sounds
way,
good.
I can start making the things that you all ask for. Tech just really helps me, not have armor that falls apart on a regular basis.
Oh. Okay. And I'm going to spend grit to play to the gallery.
Okay.
It's alright. Still 3 hits, so +3 for you.
Oh, okay. Great. So
While you're rolling that, additional things you find just around. You find 12 machinery cubes, 9 tech cubes, and 8 first aid cubes. You also looting the dead bodies. Some of it was the spurs, but and the tonics. But in addition to that, they do, just so you guys know, on his person, Garcia has 12 light melee weapons that are pinpoint and balanced with a brittle blade.
sure. So
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why you have 12.
Erickson had a medium firearm that was double barrel with a bayonet and ergonomics. And Peters had a heavy firearm that was scary big, had enhanced sights, and had an underbarrel grenade tube.
All right, repeat those last 3 for me, please. What was that?
The heavy firearm has scary big, enhanced sights, and an underbarrel grenade tube.
Sure.
And it becomes excessively obvious because a couple of them are on his person and the rest are in drawers, kind of haphazardly placed around the camp. You find 8 small explosives with the incendiary quality. And also, you do find 1 medium explosive with the incendiary quality.
What nutter bar? Just absolutely just what a crazy person.
Yeah, who would just hide bombs all over their home and on their person?
Exactly.
That's
Mhm.
crazy.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, there's a point, Dex, you're the one who finds the medium explosive. It is booby trapped, and like you have the like reflexes enough. Like as you open the drawer, you see the wire, and you're like, oh hold on. And you shine like a light down there. You're like, okay. You pull out like a little knife and you cut the wire and then like pull it. And you're like, whew, all right, this would have been bad.
Well, guys, we can go just straight to Brimstone now.
Might
Easy
as well.
peasy.
How many of those +1 personality tonics were there?
Just one.
Just the one. All right.
Oh, go ahead.
And then the very last thing was, what was the first thing that you said? Because I didn't write that down. I started with the Hollow Point firearm ammo.
Oh, sure.
What's the fuel?
There's 2 fuel cubes. Yeah.
Thank you.
And a bunch of like machinery and tech, I think, but I would bet that Addie wrote those down. Probably, maybe.
I don't.
I
know
think he
about
got those.
that.
Those were later in the
Just
list. He just missed the
write
first
down.
thing I said.
Okay,
I've got
cool.
the 12 machinery, 9 tech, 8 first aid. I've got all
Yep.
that. Yep.
Cool.
Perfect.
Would does 5 hits make a difference from 4?
It gets you 1 additional cube within that iteration of time. That's how salvaging works, basically. In this instance, every roll is taking you an hour's worth of dedicated time. And every success you get gets you an additional cube until you reach the maximum amount of cubes, which 5 is not the maximum.
Okay. Then I will spend grit to play down to the gallery because my target is 17 at the moment.
Go off.
You're the one who gave me a +3. So that's 5 hits. But yeah, it's 5.
Cool. So that gets you 5. You were doing machinery, right? So that's 5 machinery cubes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Can I roll again?
You sure can. You can roll as many times as you like until either you don't want to spend time on it or you run out of time.
Do I have to roll again to assess it again?
Yeah, if you're assisting. Though the thing is, the more hours you guys spend dedicated to working on this, the less time you'll have to rest.
I think it's pretty early in the day.
Yeah, but you guys did ride through the night,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
you all had to roll an endure test to stay awake.
Yeah, so part of my proposal was like we camp here, right? Like work and salvage this and then stay here overnight and then go.
Yeah. Do you want to rest up before y'all continue salvaging, or?
I mean, I was just gonna keep going. I don't necessarily.
My sleep schedule is so fucked up. I would love to get it back onto awake in the day, asleep at night.
So, I'll
What-
spend a second hour.
Sure.
And I'll help with that hour and drop off after that.
Cool. Go for it.
Well, that's +1 then.
Okay. That is 5 hits.
Okay, cool. There's still more machinery cubes to be got, but you've gotten 10.
Great. In that hour, I just like Porter's helping me, right? So I was just like, maybe we're like making sure that he's okay.
He's able to talk at this point. The mute is not a long-lasting effect.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
If I can jump in real quick, I think it might help what it seems like you're trying to achieve. I would at this point, after coming back with the wagon, propose to Gus that we go get his car.
So
Yeah.
also Dex and Gus are on their way to go get Gus's car. While Porter and Eloise are just salvaging.
I'll talk to Dex a little bit while we're getting the car.
Sure. Okay, we'll do that next. Oh no, I mean
I'm sure-
Eloise was talking to Porter.
Next,
Yeah.
after
So Eloise, the scene right now is Eloise and Porter are salvaging. Dex and Gus are on their way to the car.
Okay, so I'm like probably like in a like air vent or like like working on a letter or something to like with like a wrench and my Omni tool that turned into a wrench or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, and I'll just make sure he's like okay. I'm like, are you are you okay or
I'm feeling much better. I was pretty sure I was gonna die, and you saved me from that. I'm at almost 100% at this point. You did such a good job. These stitches, they're tight. How did you get them so close together?
oh oh well I mean are they not supposed to be
No,
that
that's perfect. That's exactly what they're supposed to be.
okay
It's
yeah
better than
no
mine, almost.
well,
Almost.
well you got to get like my armor and stuff it's real thin and it
Hmm.
collapsible and stuff and so like you got to get the fine details are sort of kind of I just have practice I guess it's just sort of like the same engineering
Thank
um
the fish god for that. I'd be a goner without that.
I wouldn't like that very much.
What happened with Caldwell? Did we did we at least get the information we need before?
Yeah, Gus said that he gave them the location of his guild hall and then also the name and location of the indentured servant that and it seems to be sort of like in the same direction.
Okay,
So
good.
they were gonna because we have the guns, um his guns he said he
Have to get
they
him back. Right. I
yeah.
I I know that Dex wouldn't let us shirk that duty for sure.
Yeah, so that's yep. So that's what happened and he I I didn't really I don't know. I really liked him and then he kind of it's so weird that he's, not really around.
I
Like,
know. I know. You, are you doing okay?
yeah. I
No, you
mean,
don't. There's. Are you really doing okay? I know it's hard.
oh, well,
You told me a little bit, and I can't. I just. I understand that it could be hard. That's all.
sure. No, I mean, I didn't even really talk to him. He just kind of reminded me of somebody special.
Yeah.
Um so um but I don't it doesn't it feels like I want to do right by him eh, but like also he's gone and so like he's there it's more like concept of him but I don't even know him and so like
Well, I
anyway
I know that he liked you. He seemed to enjoy your presence. I know a little bit about gunslingers. They don't really make a lot of friends, and I doubt that that was the first thing on his mind when he was talking to Gus. I mean, pretty honor bound that one, but I'm sure he wouldn't oppose maybe you saying some words at his funeral, whatever that ends up to be.
oh um
It might give you some closure at the very least.
no thank you
Uh, I wasn't. No, it's not really my place to give. That's fine. You don't have to do
no I
anything.
mean just he's dead and that's just sort of it right
True.
the funerals and stuff they don't make sense really um
Well, the I never thought the funerals are for the dead people. You're right. They're dead. What are they going to do about it? But for the living, it can provide some comfort. At least in
I
my experience. You don't have to believe in anything that happens after death, but saying goodbye to the vessel that was that person, that can really help. Especially if there's, something that you're still pondering over about your own past. Sometimes it can act as a surrogate. You know what I mean?
Sure. But the person he reminded me of is, as far as I know, still alive.
So we could go see them then.
Oh, no.
So do you understand my point? If you can't
Um,
see them, then is that much different than them being dead? At least for you?
Yeah, because there's potential versus none. But it's fine. I can say some things about him. I
No,
can
I'm not pressuring you. I'm just
I'll
saying.
write something down,
All right.
and that seems good. And then maybe, because like I don't know, we'll probably bury him or something. I don't know. This is not.
How do you what
wanna
do gunslingers do when they die?
Mm.
Is it like do they like put the body out to sea and like shoot it a bunch of times or something?
I don't know. They're pretty practical people for the most part. They seem like real straightforward folk. They're kind of nice that way. So
Hmm.
probably just, dig a hole and return their guns. Pass
Makes
them
sense.
on. They seem sort of like a legacy minded folk. So I think probably when they die, which is really what I wanted to talk about, that they that's probably what they do. Is just, and then like maybe they have like a feast or something celebrating their
Sure.
achievements. I don't know. I've only ever met Gus and not Gus, Dex. My head's all, wow, there's fumes or something here. Yeah. So
Do you want some water? I have a little bit. Here, take a drink if you want.
thanks. Yeah,
Yeah.
nope. I will take a drink of water.
Elv, what did you want to talk to me about?
Well, no, I just, you were like, you said that you wanted to talk to me. And so I was wondering if there was anything that you wanted
What do you
to
do you
talk.
mean just now, or what do you mean? That I wanted to talk to you
Yeah.
about what?
I don't know. I don't know. You said that we needed to talk.
When was this? I don't.
We the other night, when on the way back from the Golden Spike, you said that we needed to talk, and then
Oh,
I
I have such a big mouth. Sorry, I didn't remember saying that to you. Sorry.
It's fine. It's not important, probably. So, can you hand me that spanner?
Here, yeah. Which one? This one? The small one, or
No,
this one? Sure.
to the left.
No,
No,
this
the
one. Oh,
spanner. The spanner. Just
can I roll to figure out what spanner is?
She's pointing right at it.
Now roll.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that okay? I guess I can now's as good as
No, I mean, so the I want you to if you have things that you need to, and there's like it's
No,
not a
now
thing.
now's
it's
a
not-
fine time.
this is good, and I
Al,
just
Al,
you didn't you
No.
said No,
No,
because
just let me collect myself, and I can.
you were inebriated, and maybe you said some things you didn't
Right.
mean, and so then.
Well, no, I meant it. Just I
meant to
didn't know.
say,
I
and then-
wasn't time for. Okay, look,
I don't
Ellie.
think that-
You guys hear Gus's car approaching and parking as Gus and Dex get out and start making their way into the cellar. Let's wind the clock back a little bit. Gus, you said you wanted to talk to
Hey,
Dex.
Dex, actually, you want to go do some donuts out in the dirt? I feel like it's not coming back yet. I feel like
Sorry,
maybe we
Gus.
should, like, for the next couple hours, we should just do
Sorry,
something
Gus,
else, and then something else can happen in here.
I'm cursed. I have perfect timing. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be at exactly the time I'm supposed to be there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's wind the clock back a little bit. Gus, you said you wanted to talk to Dex a little bit while you were moving out towards the. It feels so mean. Dex,
God, I only want Eloise and Porter content. Do you understand? Gus is cool and all I want is Eloise and Porter content.
well,
Man,
right
I'm
now,
watching the CW shows. I seen that shit coming from a mile away, Tommy.
exactly. Yeah, Gus, on the way out to your car with Dex, you said you wanted to talk to him a bit.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Gus is still feeling like a little conflicted. I don't know. Yeah, I think, but Gus isn't very good at not talking when he's feeling something. So I think they're out on the way to the car. Gus sort of goes, "Hey, so what did you think of Alistair?"
I didn't know him very well, but he seemed like a guy who was sure of what he believed in and was willing to give his everything for it.
Yeah, for sure. And like all the stuff that we heard about, like Legionnaires and everything, sort of like single-minded determination, like shoot first, ask questions later, all that stuff. I don't know. Really shook me. Really shook me because I mean, Dex, it ain't no, breaking news down the LRC that I worry about you from time to time. Right.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And I don't know. I know you're becoming something. You're becoming a gunslinger. You're like getting into this way of life that I cannot really fully understand. And so I asked him real quick before the end because he wouldn't let me this is so gunslinger. I was like, let me go run. I just ran Porter across and like his life's probably fine. I could run you across. He goes, no, I'm ready to die. This is my place. Very gunslinger thing to do.
I will say, Dex, your familiarity with gun wounds, if judging by the way the blood was soaked into the back of Caldwell's jacket.
I mean, Gus took the shirt off. I saw the hole in the man.
Yeah, it was probably the fact that he was laying down and gravity was helping him and the earth was stopping the blood from flowing out fast that kept him alive long enough to talk to Gus. And that's just a thing that you know, Dex, given having killed a lot of people with guns before.
Got two reasoning.
No, Gus doesn't know this at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just wanted to establish that Dex was able to assess the wound.
Listen, two things can be true. It can be true that he absolutely would have died had he been moved. It is also an extremely gunslinger thing to say, nah, this is my time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He told me all the things he needed to tell me about where we were heading next and where to bring his guns. And real quick, before he went, I wanted to ask him, who would tell you better than someone sort of looking back at a life lived as a gunslinger? I asked him how he felt about being a gunslinger. And I don't know. This is just... I expected something different out of him. You know? I expect gunslingers, they're very verity of logic or reasoning. Verity reasoning, straight down the middle, sort of it's black or it's white, it's yes or it's no. like rely on your training.
You had it right. It's
He
logic.
said, "It is. Is it logic? Damn,
Mhm.
I get logic and reasoning confused. Both important words in manifest. Clarity of logic. He said, talk to me about the importance of being around other people and learning from other people. He said, lone gunslinger is pretty dang weak. The gunslinger with people around him, helping him out, helping to guide him and helping to learn how to live. Not, you know how to live, but he said that's the best thing you could be. And I don't know. I know I tell you that all the time. I thought maybe coming from real life actual gunslinger might help you see that, I don't know, it ain't so bad having us around. You could be a gunslinger, you could still have friends, people who care about you. And
Gus, I really like traveling with you guys. I like having you around. When I tell you things, it's not to try and make you go away. I mean, it was that one time, but we've had that conversation. The point is that this life that I have chosen is not for everyone. And the last thing I want is for you to come along this path with me for me. And only for me. Because I know how you feel about this. Like you've said it explicitly, and I can see how conflicted you feel about the work that we've done when we've had to kill. I would prefer that you are by my side. But I want you there because you believe in what we're doing, and not because you're trying to save me from it. Because I don't need you to save me from it. And you're just going to get hurt trying to, and I do not want that.
yeah,
Here's the more important thing. I don't want you to save me from it. And that's not a tenable relationship in the work that I do, right? And I don't mean like that is a recipe for some of us getting killed. Gus, you are my best friend. I want you by my side. But I want you there for the right reason.
dang, Dex. I mean, I want to be by your side. And I know we got the right reasons, so we're doing good. Right? Like today, we did good. Some people died, some people got killed, but we did good, right? I don't know. I don't want to see the path that you see before yourself. Walk straight into a place that makes you a lone gunslinger. Walk straight into a place that it's it. But I want to see you alive, right? I just want to. Hell, I don't know. X. I just want what's best for you, whatever it is. I want to see you get old like me, where you can't move as fast anymore. You're slow. I mean, look at me. I can barely move anymore.
Yeah, you're
Foot speed.
ancient. You're practically falling over. Do you need to
Barely,
stop? Do you need to sit down?
counterpunch. I would like to sit down. I mean, when we get to the car, I'm gonna sit down in it. I don't know, Dex. You're my best friend too, and I don't know. I want to see what happens to you be because it's what's best for you and what's right with you and the world, and it's not because of some path think you're supposed to walk. It's the path you know you're supposed to walk.
Guess I wouldn't I wouldn't have gotten this far in my training if I was only doing it because I thought it was what I was supposed to do. I've met a lot of people who came to the peak thinking it's what they were supposed to do. And those people spent a lot of time doing a lot of menial labor, very boring work, and training their bodies and minds. And at the end of it, they didn't want to go to the next step. And I was right there next to them. And when the time came, I took that opportunity without hesitation. I'm not so naive to think that the circumstances of my life are, not a factor in where I am, but this path is not the only one that it was possible for me to walk. But it's the one that I've chosen, and it is a choice.
Yeah. Honestly, Dex, that's the whole thing of it is you made a choice and it feels like the right one for you and you're doing well and everything. I know that you have such capacity to do good in you. Do good for a real long time. And I want to see you do good for a real long time. I'll be with you to help make sure that happens. And I don't know. I just want you to be what I think you could be. Hell, you're gonna get there, and shit. It ain't gonna be because I save you. I'll be over here, and you'll shoot 3 guys with your guns. I can beat up one guy pretty good. And I can ask him some questions that you'll probably shoot him too. I know that was that one time. It's still, you know what? We're fine.
He says,
it's gonna be. You sure you can beat him up? You're looking a little red, starting to sweat a little.
My conditioning ain't what it used to. I mean, feel my heart rate, which it's like totally like solid,
24 beats,
like real rock solid. Like,
no, you're right.
I think in there. I should get Porter to take a look.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm worried about you, Gus. You might be your time.
Yeah, maybe when we stop by that grove, I'll ask them if they got like any extra spot. If I could just lay down a little bit. Lay down for a spell. They got an extra seat in there for old Gus. Let's get my dang car.
As you pull this, you've already gotten in the car, so this is as you pull up to the hideout and get out of the car and slam it. Dex lets out a subtle but genuine chuckle as
I think Dex is actually like full on laughing at this joke about Gus being out of shape.
you hear the laughter of Dex and Gus as they get out of the car, Eloise and Porter. If you can recapture that energy you were at before.
Yeah, as we come in, I think, Porter, you gotta take a look at Gus. He's such an old man, and the walk was so long.
Porter, I walked so far. Out there, down these steps, down that hatch. These are my last steps, Porter. Porter, I need every tonic. Do you have a youth tonic, like a ligaments tonic or something?
That's fine. That's good. Well, welcome back. Welcome back, you two. I guess that was a good trip, huh? And I look at Eloise and avoid looking at Eloise.
Really look very hard at the bolt that I'm working on.
She's not even like turning the bolt. It's done. She just keeps moving the wrench as if to try and find purchase.
Hey, Dex, what do you think they got in the way of food here?
They got some food.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, we just go to make some sandwiches and leave them. Extremely awkward salvaging.
I roll again.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn in for the night.
Okay.
I
Sleep well. Let me know if your stitches need stitching. Okay.
I think as I walk away, I'll just like think to her, we'll talk. I promise. And I'll help make sandwiches, I guess.
Porter puts on a brave face and joins Dex and Gus in like the kind of like mini kitchen these bandits carved out in their hideout. Don't got a lot to work with, but there is a hot pan and some food.
Want a BLT? It's all we can really do.
Not a jar of Munson spice to be found though.
Huh. Damn shame.
Do not use the jelly. That is not eating jelly.
It's not. Oh goodness. Okay. I think I'll do a BLT too. Bad.
Yeah, Addie, if you want to roll for more salvage, you can.
Cool. So this is 4 hits.
Okay. You could probably get a few more machinery cubes, but you're up to 14 now as you get 4 more.
Yeah, I will just keep working.
Cool.
Cannot sleep.
At this point, you're definitely going to finish out the machinery cubes if you roll again. Otherwise, tech cubes haven't been touched yet.
Okay, well, I got 5 hits.
Was that on machinery or tech?
Machinery.
Okay, machinery's done. You've salvaged all the machinery there is to salvage. It was 16 machinery cubes total.
Okay, I will start working on tech.
Oop.
So that's 3 hours now.
Yep.
Oh, so that 4 for
4. Okay, cool. So that's 4. You're a little under halfway. So you can keep going if you like. At this point, Eloise, though, if you're not resting, I do need you to roll another endure test to stay awake.
Okay. Before I roll this next test?
Yeah. 4 hours in, everyone's kind of sat down and rested. Everyone's been up all night. They're starting to get like some actual rest. And you either can join them or you can keep going through the night.
So that is that's 3
It's night already?
hits.
Or through the day, through the sleeping time.
Because like they got jumped at sunrise.
Yeah, no. It is very much the middle of the day or like early morning. Maybe it's noon at this point, but everyone's going to sleep, so I was calling it night.
No, I don't think Dex is going to sleep. I think Dex is legitimately trying to get back to I sleep at night, I'm awake in the day.
Okay, I'll need an endure test from you as well then.
Yeah, sure.
And Eloise, you said you wanted to keep going, so you rolled your endure test?
Yep, I got 3 hits.
Okay, you take 1 hit point damage.
I got 2.
Okay, you take 3 hit point damage.
Ouch.
So that now another 4 hit.
Okay, cool. You think there's probably a couple more tech cubes to get, but you've gathered 8 so far.
Okay.
You want to keep going? Is that your answer didn't come through?
Sorry, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That is just 3.
Okay. So
That's 11.
yeah, you actually are able to get all 11. That's it. You're good.
Okay.
Yep. So you've, after salvaging everything that's here, 16 machinery cubes and 11 tech cubes, and on top of the ones that were just around.
Okay. Is there any like cereal or like greens anywhere?
Just like food?
No, like horse.
Oh, yeah, there's some food here that could be fed to a
Like
horse.
apples or like carrots or something.
Yeah, there's a root vegetable here.
Okay.
That you can bring out to the horse if you like.
I wanna bring it to the horse.
So Dex, as the only other person awake, you do see Eloise finishes up her work, kind of cleans off her hands, rummages around the little like kitchenette and finds some vegetables, and then climbs up the ladder to go outside.
I did use my once per rest resilience roll to combat jet lag.
Nice. So resilient against jet lag. Yeah, and Eloise, you go out, the horse is there. Right there nearby the vehicles. It's just kind of like sitting there drinking out of a bucket of water. Dex set down for it.
Hi, friend.
And he kind of like stomps his feet on the ground a little bit.
I brought you some treats.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a wrangle for me.
Okay. I roll one die, but I roll at max.
Oh man.
That is
What is it?
an 8. Please, me. The last horse I tried to do this to kicked me in the face and almost killed me.
I was there. I rode that horse for a whole campaign.
I
after
know
that.
the fucking horse.
Eloise, it pulls back away from the vegetables as if skittish around you.
Okay. I cut open one of the like apples, and so it's better. And then I'm gonna offer it a half an apple.
You want to go for it again?
Yeah.
Okay, you can do so at a -2.
Okay. This is important to me.
Did you want to use any grit?
I'm gonna use grit this time. Okay. All right. I have a hit, which means I am going to I'm gonna make my own luck twice.
Mm-hmm. What's your highest?
So far it's an 11.
Oh, okay. I mean, you get to know what if you're not spending grit to bamboozle me, you get to know what my highest is.
Okay. I'm not gonna bamboozle a horse, am I? I might.
I thought you might have, so I didn't roll
Feel
in
like you
case,
should.
since you only roll one die, a bamboozle goes a long way. However, my highest was a 10, so
Okay.
I rolled a 10 and 2 9s.
Wow. Okay, well, I am gonna twist a knife and get 2 hits.
Okay.
This horse does not hate me.
Puts you down to 6.
Worth it.
Yeah. Eloise, you realize it's kind of counterintuitive for you, but this thing is like, it actually reminds you a little bit of Alistair. It's kind of like tough and is like kind of standoffish with you. And so like in kind of a burst of like frustration and like, like you just want a little control over something. Like you're like, eat the damn apple. You like kind of bark at it a little bit, and then like its ears like turn towards you, and it stops like kind of like trotting in place, and then it comes over and like sniffs the apple, and then like takes it gently from your hand.
There you go. That wasn't so hard. So what's your name? Can I check its like bridle and like its saddle if it has like any that it has a name on it, maybe?
You check.
Should have a collar.
There is no name on any of the equipment left on this horse.
What does he call you?
It goes for another apple.
Well, you could be called. Will you answer to it? I don't know. What if I just call you Horse? Horse.
It like looks at you,
No,
like tweaks one ear in your direction.
Alright. I don't know. Something like Bullet. Is your name Bullet?
It eats
No.
another apple.
No. I'm gonna figure it out. I threw names at it for a while.
You don't find out its name. Hold on. You don't find out its name.
Can you
Maybe
count with your hoof and then like spell out numerically in the alphabet what your name is?
It doesn't seem to be paying much attention to you at this point, but it has eaten all of the food you brought it, and it is no longer trying to pull away from you as you're able to just kind of gently pet it.
I pet it for a while and then I'll probably start talking to it about like Alistair, and then like, maybe I like a little bit about Porter, and then like and then maybe like some other stuff, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna go inside, but like I'll bring you some more stuff later. Maybe like a sugar cube. Okay, bye. Fred.
Doesn't seem to react.
And then I guess I'll go inside and I'll go to sleep.
Okay.
I don't have anything else to do. I did all the things to like get stuff from here, right?
Yeah. You've thoroughly salvaged this place.
Okay.
All right, cool. You rest up, unless you guys are heading out in the middle of the night. Dex, you're able to rest up eventually as well. When do you guys want to leave this hideout?
Morning, probably.
Okay. Yeah, so everyone's able to have like a good thorough rest, and you all regain the appropriate amount of hit points and shine for such a thing. Porter, you have convalescence?
I certainly do.
Okay, so that's an additional 2 hit points to everyone for resting if that's necessary. And then yeah, you're able to, in the very early morning, Gus and Porter, you wake up having had a very nice long rest, and Dex and Eloise a little bit of a shorter rest, but not in any degree that actually matters. You just kind of sleep a normal amount of time. And then yeah, you're able to kind of get your stuff, your newly found loot, looted into the wagon and the car, and you are there with a wagon, a horse, and a car. And you've loaded up the body of Alistair. Do you load up the bandits, or you just kind of like bury them as well?
Yeah, I don't think Gus is real particular on, oh, we got to get these bandits to a grove. I think he does like a quick curse. I think he starts to go to the front. He's like, well, time to you know what? Maybe not up here where all the mines were. I'm going to take him to the back. I'll just give him a quick burial.
Cool. Yeah.
Stay a little bit.
I mean, there's lots of pre-made holes where the mines were.
I want to bury. Look, bandits or no, I ain't burying no one in no mine hole.
It's what Rogers would have wanted. Or Peters, is that his name? Peters.
Also, I do take those dang knives because that sounds fun as hell.
Yeah. You guys have that loot. And you're able to kind of just like dig some graves for the bandits, put them there nearby their hideout, load Alistair into probably the wagon makes more sense than the car because of the extra space, and then make
want to ride this horse?
Oh, I could do it. Do it.
Yeah, the horse does seem relatively receptive to Eloise as she approaches it and climbs on the saddle. Gives like a little bit of like a side to side trot, like as if it's trying to get used to the weight of Eloise, but doesn't buck her, doesn't resist her, or anything like that.
Hey, seems to like you, El.
I mean, we've come to an arrangement where it won't tell me its name, but seems fine.
Interesting. You think it had a name?
Yeah, probably. It won't respond to
I mean-
horse. I think people would call it if it didn't have a name.
I guess that's fair. I don't know. I think there's some possibility that he was riding through the Badlands on a horse with no name. Dan saw it coming 4 miles out. He
Like
hunkered down.
as soon as Addie was like, "I'm gonna figure out this horse's name," I was like, "I have seen the joke. Roman will arrive here shortly."
That's a raven.
Wow. Yeah, and where are you guys headed to? Are you the nearest settlement that you know of is Spring Mill?
I would vote for Spring Mill. I'm sure they would like to know that their immediate bandit problem is over.
Fair enough.
And that we can bury those 2 that have been hanging from the tree.
Sure. So as you make your way, you make the journey. You have plenty of time. You arrive before sunset. As you get to Spring Mill, you do see that the 2 bodies that were hanging have been removed. It looks like. And the town seems a little bit more, I mean, like before it was like shuttered up, like it was expecting trouble. It seems a little bit more relaxed. You don't know the place well enough to know what it looks like on any given day, but at the very least, you actually see some people like traveling from building to building and just like kind of being in town, existing instead of hiding. And as you pull up, a woman does approach you. Scrolling down. A woman does approach you, seeming to recognize your vehicles, and like waves you over to like a part of the town square nearby the mayor's office and sheriff's office. And that is where we're going to take a break. Gonna take a little short break here. I got 9:48 on the clock. We're gonna take about a 15-minute break, so probably around like 10:05, 10:03, something around there. All right. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Taking a quick little break. If you're watching, use the restroom, refresh your drinks, grab some snacks.
Tell them what to do. Let them be their own people.
Do whatever
okay?
you want.
Yeah, Tommy.
For 15
Also,
minutes, you're your own boss.
You're your own boss. I feel like I had to reveal, because there was a point where Addie was cracking up because I sent her a text because I'm eating some, I don't want to show the brand because I'm not sponsored. I'm eating some extremely spicy jerky. And I dropped one on the floor and our dog ate it. And he spent the next like 15 minutes just like licking his lips and like and paw. He's like And I sent a text to Addie being like, it told her what happened, and she couldn't keep a straight face.
It was funny.
It was funny. I wanted to share it with everyone. All right, cool. We're taking a quick break. We'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. Hello and welcome back. Those of you who are just joining us before the break, these four drifters collected a significant amount of supplies from a bandit hideout after clearing it out. And talked with each other a bit, found their new heading. They know that apparently there is a person who has a tattoo of the symbol they're searching for on his collarbone. That man's name is Simon Lapidus, and he works at the Oswald homestead in Loner Pass. So they know that. They also have in tow with them the dead body of Alistair Caldwell, a veteran gunslinger, and his firearms, which he has made Gus swear on his prayer stone that he will deliver those guns to the Legionnaires of Astoria, Alistair Caldwell's gunslinger guild. But they just pulled into the town of Spring Mill, and as y'all got in there, a woman in her maybe 30s waves you over. She is wearing a kind of ribbon tie and jacket, but you also see a deputy's star on that jacket. But her outfit's a little more stately than what you would expect from a deputy. As she waves you over to pull over, and she goes, "Howdy, Macy Durnan. Y'all with Alistair? Is she's starts looking into the wagon and the car to try and see him. Notices Eloise on the horse, of course.
Alistair didn't make it.
Oh. Well, that's a shame. It's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you able to take care of the ne'er-do-wells he was after?
You shouldn't have to worry about them anymore.
Excellent. I mean, they only rolled through town from time to time, but none of us had the salt to stand out to him until Alistair stepped in.
Well, I mean, that's fair enough, seeing the explosive they had with them.
Explosives?
Quite a few.
Oh, dear me.
Probably best for anybody else in town.
Well, damn. I guess we got off easy then. All right. Welcome back into town. Just want to check in and see what had happened out there. I'm really sorry to hear about Alistair. Did you manage to bring him back, or was he lost to the Badlands?
We've got a funeral. We've got him here in case there's a funeral that you'd like to set up.
All right. Well, we ain't got no preacher or nothing. But we do have a grove. Every once in a while, we get a shipment or two of some triptych seeds in. So I think I don't know. Do they expire? They probably don't expire, right? I could probably rustle some out of a drawer we got, and we could give him a burial. I don't know if Mr. Caldwell was triptych. I actually don't know too much about the man now that I think about it, but appreciate what he done for this town, despite the way he went about doing it.
He did. He was a little bit rough around the edges, wasn't he?
He was persistent and insistent in his theatrics, but I don't mean to speak ill of the man. He seemed like a fine fella at his core. All right, well, let me gather up some folk. We can take him out to the grove, and still got a little bit of daylight left. We could definitely give him a quick burial. Y'all are welcome to come by. Otherwise, enjoy some drinks. Go ahead and tell them inside that first round's off Macy.
Quite kind of you. Thank you, Miss Durham.
All right. Well, hey, and she calls out to a couple people come on over here. We gotta get Mr. Caldwell over to the grove. And someone's like, "Aw," and she goes, I know. And they're like, "Damn shame." And she goes, must have been real tough son of a bitch who took him out. I mean, the way that fella shot, I never seen nothing like it. A blink of an eye and two folks dead, just like that.
I believe it. He was fast. I don't know about tough, but they certainly had the tools to cheat him. I
Oh.
mean, I barely made it out myself. I'm shocked that I made it when he didn't.
Oh, are you all right? I mean, you look like you're standing pretty strong there, sir. But we might have some medical supplies if you need.
I should be just fine thanks to this one over here.
All right. Oh, and you got Sinclair there with you. Hell, he took quite the liking to you. He was a little rough to the stable hands. Alistair had to truss him up outside the saloon most times when he was in town.
Yeah, Sinclair and I are good friends now. Aren't we, Sinclair?
Trot, trot. Well, I do appreciate y'all, and on behalf of Mayor Fetters, I thank you for what you've done for this town and just for the region in general. Like I said, them bandits, they came through town from time to time. They didn't mess us up too bad, but we all knew what they were into, and so good riddance as far as I'm concerned.
As far as we're concerned as well, for sure.
It's getting kind of late though, so if you want to shack up, we can go ahead and provide you residence for the night before you drift on. Looks like they got Alistair nearby the grove. It's just over this around this bend here on the other side of the spring. Got a nice little creek there. Makes for a fine grove.
Yeah,
I'll come
I'll
along.
take him.
All right.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And so a couple of townies walk with you as you bring Alistair over. They dig a quick little grave, and then Macy returns with a little pouch as she pulls out like 3 seeds, looking a little lost for what to do with them as they kind of like lay Alistair down.
Yeah, I think Gus sort of helps out a little bit. I mean, you know, he ain't no or the Undertaker.
Yeah.
Ain't no Undertaker, but he's been to enough funerals. He knows what to do.
Yeah, you don't have like the same thing you had last time you attended a funeral where like you don't have like the special oils and like wrapping to like coat the body with to like promote the growth of the grove. But you do have the seeds, and so like you're able to kind of like clean them up a little bit and like lay them down in the dirt, and you take the seeds, you put one in all of the spots where they're supposed to be. You're not able to like wrap them up or anything. And then they start like getting the dirt ready to bury him, and Macy kind of awkwardly goes, well, I suppose it's only proper to say a few words. Mr. Caldwell was he was a tough son of a gun, that's for sure. I mean, I never thought that I'd meet a gunslinger in the flesh. And I thought maybe what I had heard was just stories, but I seen him work. I had the privilege to see him work twice. Once about 6 years back, and once more just recently. And well, he is the stuff of legends. Badlands feels a little bit more chaotic without a man like Alistair Caldwell in it, I suppose.
I think Putter just kind of like gives a side glance to Eloise to see if she does anything.
No.
Right.
She does have a piece of paper, but she doesn't do anything. She hasn't been cued.
Okay.
Yeah, Dex speaks up when it's silent for a little longer. He knew what he believed in, and he was willing to fight for it. That makes him a good man in my book.
All right, and they like start like shoveling some of the dirt on his boots.
I think I kind of elbow Eloise as they start.
Oh, I only met Mr. Caldwell a few days ago, and I uh I really liked him, and he was very good at shooting, but I don't think that's what he was really good at. I think he was real good at making people feel safe, and um there aren't that many people in the world like that, and so um it is um a loss for everybody here. um I, I've been told that funerals are not for the deceased, but they're for the living, and I think the best thing that we can do is to go on living.
That's right.
And then she just folds up her piece of paper and steps back.
I think Porter like things that are that was beautiful. Well done. As they kind of like keep throwing dirt on there, I think Porter just pulls his instrument around and has it like set down to the lower setting, plays just a little bit.
And I think just before Porter gets into his song, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
You need underscoring. That's
Yeah, as Porter starts up the music, Gus sort of steps in and says, "So it is that we speak his name one last time while it is still his, and release his energy back into the cosmos to take part in the cycle." Alistair Caldwell.
Alistair Caldwell.
Sir Caldwell.
Beaches in the
That's
summertime. Oh no, keep going. Sorry.
No, he just cues, hey, ladies and gentlemen, the stylings of Porter.
He gives you a nod, Porter.
No, I'm not doing it anymore. Peaches in the summertime, apples in the fall. If I can't find the girl I love, I won't have none at all. Shady Grove, my true love, Shady Grove, I know. Shady Grove, my true love, bound for Shady Grove. Cheeks as red as the blooming rose, eyes are the prettiest brown. She's the darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my true love, Shady Grove, I know. Shady Grove, my true love, I'm bound for Shady Grove.
And there's a grit for Seth.
Flood the chat with Porters.
I think it's bad form to clap at a funeral, so this is out of character clapping.
Macy seems to think that was incredibly sweet. She kind of soaks in the song. She helps like finish up the burial, and she goes, "That was real nice, Mr.
Janus, I don't know if he liked music, but seemed appropriate.
Oh, it ain't too often a minstrel comes through, so it's nice. Thanks."
Of course, he's a good man.
And her eyes just kind of like linger on you for a second as she smiles, and then like goes like, "Anyways, I gotta get back to the office. I suppose Sheriff's gonna wonder where I'm at." And she rushes off like red in the cheeks.
I'm actually gonna. There's an LRC tower here, right?
Yep.
There has to be.
It's a settlement.
That's how this world works.
Yeah. As long as it is a settlement and not a camp, there's an LRC tower. That is the main distinction.
Yeah. How else would he have told Sheriff Fly this is where he was? A terrible correspondence. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go to the LRC tower and see if I have any messages.
I think when I hear that that's where you're headed, I go with you.
I forget, you didn't send anything out, right? You've just been checking decks, right?
A while back, I sent a message out to Isabel.
Right.
Um,
What were
it was
what was the
just-
contents of that message?
It was just, how did you know I was ready for this? And I haven't checked in a while
Mhm.
because up until more or less like 2 days ago, it seemed like probably too soon.
Still no response. Porter, you last time you corresponded, it was I suppose like I know you had a message from your contact Rund.
Right.
Was that the last thing, or did you send something back?
No, that was the last thing. I was about to send something if I haven't,
Yeah,
especially if I haven't heard anything.
There is a message from Rund that says, "How'd it go? Status report, buddy. It's been a while.
Right.
It's been a minute. I heard the militia left Waypoint."
I think I sent something back to the effect of just wanted to keep you on your toes. I met with our mutual friend, and they have a gift for you.
Cool. You send that up.
Hope my family as well. Cheers.
Yeah. So you send that along in response.
Mhm.
Yeah, Dex. Still no response at all from your mentor.
It's not out of the ordinary.
They have an LRC on the peak.
No. I don't expect her work takes her near an LRC tower particularly often.
Cool. And you guys are able to shack up here for the night as like evening actually falls. Though most of you are relatively rested at this point, you can have an easy night. Or no, you left in the morning. So you actually, she said like there's some daylight left, but there's actually a lot of daylight left. So actually, if you guys wanted to head out and camp in the on the way to somewhere else, you could. You have definitely at least like 5 or 6 hours left of daylight.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of supplies. I don't think there's much reason to stop here.
Yeah. What do we do about the horse?
That's Eloise's horse now.
Oh,
Elise, you want the horse?
I figured it would go with the guns.
Is that
What?
how gunslingers work? Do they?
Yeah,
are there
actually,
guns and a horse a package deal?
Yeah, when you pass the trials, they hand you one gun and a saddle, and you have to go out and you put the saddle on your horse, and you come back on the horse, and then they give you the other gun. Every guild is like this.
Really?
Wait, do you have to catch the horse using just a gun?
Mm-hmm.
No, but then you'd
Don't give
hurt
you a
the
rope
horse.
or
That
nothing?
doesn't make any sense.
Well, no. You don't. No, you don't shoot the horse. The only tool you have is the gun.
What else do you use the gun for?
Guns
Why?
are
This is why
not very good.
ancient
for anything
gunslinger
but
secret.
shooting
Do I have to
or
roll?
Bludgeoning. That's
I
not
think
true.
I like maybe you have to roll just based on the fact that Dex has not really cracked that many jokes before.
So he's so good at the deadpan, though.
Yeah, I can't keep a straight face while I do this. Dex 100% says this like as if it is the most true thing.
Maybe
So,
they
but the
use it
thing
as,
is,
like,
Dex,
a bridle, and they put the gun in the horse's mouth. And you just sort of.
That's so dangerous. They wouldn't do that either. No, there's no way.
Dex, you have really bad manipulate though, right?
Yeah. Oh, I refuse to roll on this.
Yeah. So Porter, you know that Dex is
But-
like anyone who wants to can know that Dex is pulling everyone's leg here.
I don't laugh out loud, but I do kind of like while he's doing this bit.
Just a
Yeah,
little.
I heard one guy held the
Just a
horse
little,
at
like,
gunpoint
head
to get
shake,
the saddle
like-
on him.
If you look really closer, you can see my shoulders kind of.
You held the poor horse at gunpoint, and then the horse at the end was like, right with me, let's be friends, and go back and get you your second gun.
Only if it's a
Exactly.
reasonable horse.
That's I don't know. Sometimes you hear about hostages falling in love with their captors. I don't know what they call
Same
it around
thing.
these parts.
That does not make any sense whatsoever. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't
Nah,
make
I
any
made it
sense.
up. That's why.
I
Which
push
part?
him.
No,
Eloise full on shoves a gunslinger.
Wait. Okay, so they get both. So you get both guns before you go out to get the horse.
Yeah, they give you both guns before you have to go catch
No,
the
that
horse.
isn't
That
true
makes much
either.
more
No,
sense.
no, it doesn't. No, it's just a really well
That
trained horse,
tracks.
and it probably just comes from where he comes from.
No, Eloise is right. It's probably just Caldwell's horse. We could give it back to the guild if you want, but it seems like you like it, so it's probably just your horse now.
It seems like he likes you more like.
No, we've just come to an arrangement.
Just that you're friends.
No,
So did you draw up a contract or?
And
sign
If you
it
hold
with
the
his
horse at
little horsey
gunpoint,
mouth?
no, it's
Then
not
the
my horse.
contract
It's
is
not my
not
horse.
valid.
It's not my horse. I didn't train it. I gave it a sugar cube. That's it. And like 15 apples and maybe some alfalfa, but like, and like a little bit of broccoli, but like, no.
That's your horse.
No,
now.
that's not my horse. I don't
Yeah.
want a horse. I can't even keep fake things alive. How am I supposed to keep a real thing alive? I don't want this responsibility. I can't even keep me alive. This is not, I don't want a pet. I didn't ask for one. No, this is not my horse.
You feed it and then it drinks water sometimes. Seems like you got it.
But what if there isn't any water and I have to choose between me and the horse and then I end up dying because of the horse? Because I give
That's a
the
rough
horse
way to
my
go, I
water.
guess.
Exactly. The horse goes with the guns.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Whatever you say.
I don't
here is the way in which that changes the immediate situation.
How? How?
It doesn't.
Do you
It doesn't
take-
at all.
they take one of Porter's. Oh, god dang it! Okay. X is out here working on his dang Type 5 today. X got jokes all over.
Eloise, you can add into your inventory Sinclair the horse.
I don't have a pencil. Somebody else has to write it down.
you're right.
It's fine. I can
My
get on
responsibility.
the shared Google Drive sheet. I can type that in right now.
It has the normal stats for a horse with some exceptions. One thing is it wears armor. Another thing is it has it's well trained. And then the other thing is it has reflex training.
Does its armor have armor points?
Yeah.
Can I give it night vision goggles?
No. No, it doesn't have power armor. Oh, I see. You meant mod points, not armor points. Armor points are just like what armor
Yeah,
is.
no, mod points.
No, its armor does
You were
not
over
have
here
mod
trying to
points.
strap goggles on a horse.
Right. It's got tech on it. Can I give it secret pocket?
I mean, it has saddlebags.
That's not the same.
The armor cannot be modded,
Okay.
but it does make it so it has 12 armor and 3 toughness. And its speed stats are all increased by 1 over a normal horse. So that's -1, 0, 0, +1. Its handling is slowed down. Or sorry, its speeds isn't faster. I went the wrong way. Its speed is slower because of the armor. So it's actually -3, -2, -2, -1. But its handling is faster than a normal horse's, so it's +3, +3, +1, +2, +1. 3 + 2 + 1 + 2. 3, 3, 2, 1 is what its handling is. And reflex training means that if you roll initiative while you are on top of it, you get +2 to your initiative target.
Okay, maybe I'm never getting off this horse.
What was the
Horse
horse's
is a
speed
magic
again?
item.
The horse's name was Sinclair.
No, the speed. The speed. Of the
Oh,
horse.
speed is because it's wearing armor, -3, -2, -2, -1.
Right. Horse. Damn heavy horse.
It's a big horse. Like Eloise looks really small on top of it. It's like a Budweiser horse. It's got like the fur around, like the mane around the hooves and stuff.
Clydesdale.
Yeah, it's a
That
Clydesdale.
makes sense.
Mhm.
That makes
It's
sense.
Space Clydesdale. Yeah, we get on the road. Eloise rides the horse that she owns now.
I don't. It's not like.
Okay.
I mean,
where
you could
where are you
sit in the
guys
wagon
heading?
next to Porter.
No. I have to ride this horse. It won't know where to go.
The horse in the back of the wagon.
The horse will not fit in the.
I mean, I think we're on our way to Loner's Pass, right?
Sure.
I think we're going to. Sure. I mean, Waypoint's on the way.
Waypoint is relatively on the way. Loner's Pass is about I want to say a like a 5 or 6 day journey. And if you were to swing by Waypoint, you'd add half a day to your travel time.
I guess we don't.
Anything we need to
stuff.
pick up? I mean,
Unless you guys feel like we need any supplies, I don't need to stop at Waypoint.
no.
If we weren't returning the guns, I would say that we could keep them in my safety deposit. Since we're just going.
Yeah, so we head for Loner
Might as
Pass.
well go.
Okay, cool. So you're traveling for a little under a week. Luckily the weather holds out. There's no dust storms. It's not quite the wet season that's past. So it would be rare for there to be like hailstorms or rainstorms in this part of the Badlands at this point. But along the way, assuming you are competent drifters and all that goodness, you do like a little watch rotation and all that. So just kind of let's bundle all that into just a one observe roll along the way. And no need to read too much into this, but each of you can take 2 grit as I bamboozle each of you 2 times.
Oh, great.
What?
Night Dragon.
I should be at 7 now. Just a heads up.
Oh, okay. I didn't bring you down before.
Yeah, right. I spent 2 in a row and didn't get.
I appreciate you.
Just trying to be like a good game player.
And there I
Hey,
am.
y'all, I had
with-
I had a little bit of a porter.
There I
Just a
am with
minor
a
porter.
with a measly 3.
Great, not the roll.
3 grit.
After all the grit I spent? That's
Yeah, I was
fine.
at 11, but I just spent 8 grit to bamboozle each of you twice.
Rat.
I can't mass bamboozle, unfortunately. Maybe that's a rule we should add in a source book.
Optional GM
think-
rule.
I think-
Optional GM rule: mass bamboozle.
It's half the
Yeah,
cost.
mass bamboo. it was in one of the later Shadowrun splat books.
It
It was not well received.
I would do that. I would put that optional rule in where it's half the cost of the total bamboozle. It would be like 4.
It's
What's everyone's highest?
I have a 7.
I also have a 7, but
4
I
for
misfired.
Porter.
4
Gus, Gus misfired.
and I misfired as well. It's that time of the episode again. But I do have grit specifically for this, which I am going to spend. So thank you, Fiddler Undone, and thank you to wait, who else gave me grit? Who was it? Argit Lam, yes. Thank you to
And
Argit
Random-
Lam, and thank you to
or
Random
Jerk
Jerk as
I
well.
think.
Yes. Yeah, appreciate you. The 3 of your grit will be going to this roll, and I couldn't do it without you.
Yeah. And Eloise, what did you get? Did you misfire too?
Ow.
Eloise, Gus, and Porter all gravely misfire. And Eloise, what's your highest?
No, I gravely misfire. I rolled 2 dice and got 2 20s.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Well,
wait.
no
Oh, so
one- Is no one
it's
awake?
no net hits for a grave misfire?
yeah. If you failed the
Oh,
test,
no.
which
I
you
thought-
did because y'all were up against a 14.
Oh,
Because it's
I thought it
opposed,
was a
right?
3.
You have to be successful for it to not be a grave
No,
misfire.
I thought he rolled a 3. I misheard, I suppose.
Yeah, I thought he said 3 as well, but it was grit he was talking about. He had 3 grit.
Oh,
Mhm.
great. Well,
Yeah, no. I rolled a 14.
that's fine.
And also a 12 and a 10. Dex, yours was
I have a 7.
7. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't only get one net success over you because, like, maybe it's a partial for me.
No, at a -2, everything you rolled beats the highest I can roll.
That makes sense. That was the whole point of me spending all my grit. I didn't expect to proc 3 grave misfires though.
It's a
So-
regular misfire now. So
Yeah. Okay. So you spend what 3 grit, Porter? Right?
right.
You got strong. So
I'm
here
just
we
gonna
go.
I'm gonna keep mine grave in preparation for the fight that's surely about to happen.
And Eloise,
Oh, no.
you have a grave, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. First thing, while I'm thinking
have-
about it,
I have 9 grit though, so
Did-
maybe I'll just make it a
a regular misfire.
regular fire.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to keep this horse, you got to downgrade that.
Yeah.
Oh, I could make mine just a regular misfire too.
Now, somebody's got to do it.
Can't believe this.
Okay.
It's the first
Fine.
misfire of this game.
You-
for me.
I'll keep mine. I'll keep mine grave. Makes it more interesting.
Perfect. Great. So, 6 days of travel, give or take, along the Badlands. You all make your way. The weather holds out. It's relatively quiet. You just make good time, basically. And along that journey, while I'm thinking about it, we do have 2 vehicles working right now. I need fuel tests for both of those vehicles.
Like-
If you're anteing up your premium fuel, you get that +2 to your fuel test. Otherwise, you're just rolling your normal fuel test, and if you fail it, then you're expending a regular fuel cube.
Yeah, I know how I feel.
Did you fail, Porter?
Yeah, I bravely misfired. Can that
You
happen?
can't. You're fine. You can't.
Okay, good. Good. All right, perfect.
Yeah, you just fail on this one.
Just fail it. So,
Just kill one of your fuel cubes.
Yep, got it.
What about you, Gus?
We just I failed too. We just picked up 2
Yeah,
fuel
you just
cubes.
okay. Those
There they
2
go.
fuel cubes are gone. Those 2 fuel cubes just got gone. Perfect. So, along the way, there is +1 grit to Eloise and +1 grit to Gus from Random Jerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I can double down twice in this fight.
So you all make camp multiple times along. You do rotations. Porter and Eloise, your misfire is y'all never get a chance to talk.
Wow.
It's 6 days.
days.
There's just not a moment where the 2 of you are alone. Just in general, not through any fault on Dex or Gus. It just turns out that way. For one thing, Eloise is on a separate transport, right? And like there's a point, Porter, where you think, oh, I'm gonna go talk to Eloise, and then like Gus like comes up to Eloise and starts like talking about the horse because he had horses on the farm, right? And like so then you just kind of veer off. And there's like another point where like Eloise, you're like kind of nervously deciding whether or not you want to like go get nearby Porter, and then like Dex takes that seat as he's like getting his dinner for the night. And then you end up sitting elsewhere. And so like the 2 of you are around each other, but never get a moment alone. Just by random happenstance over the course of 6 days, you never really get a moment alone, unless specifically you want to do something like sneak into each other's tents, which I don't think you're at that point yet. So that just happens. That's your misfire.
Great.
Gus, my good friend, with your grave misfire, There's a point where you're getting up to Loner's Pass and the terrain is like a little more rocky, and you guys decide to go through the terrain, and it's a little rough. So Gus, you actually get out and like go scout ahead, right? Just to try and find like a good path for people, because you guys decided you didn't want to go all the way like south several miles to get around these like kind of like rocky, stony formations. So you're like, this will work. Gus can go ahead of us. He's got, you know, all sorts of these illuminated powers to very easily like get up in high places and like scout out. So like that's gonna be that. And what happens, Gus, is as you are coming back, having like kind of scouted the path, your illuminated powers wear off before you're ready. And you slip on your way down. And I need you to roll a class 3 injury for me.
Oof. Okay. Oh, here, let me pull up to remember what the injuries are. I did roll an Uno.
Ah.
It's a flat 1.
You're concussed. You have a head
Perfect.
wound.
Head wound.
Which what does that do? Lower reasoning and awareness?
Reduces your reasoning and awareness by 1.
Yeah, those your attributes are reduced by 1 for the duration of this injury. And to just to finalize because you didn't roll like the really, really bad one for you, the last little like icing on the cake of this grave misfire is they attempt to heal it. It just doesn't work. And you just got to go through 3 rests to get rid of this one.
Oh, I'm fine. All right, my legs are good. My arms are good.
Sit down. Come back. What are you doing? Come on, just let me get the bandage.
I'm walking. I gotta drive.
Does this make your reasoning 1?
Makes my reasoning absolutely 1. Guys, I gotta drive. We're driving right now. I can
No,
drive.
you absolutely should not be behind the wheel. What's wrong? Just come here. What are you doing? I'm like pulling on his arm.
Hold on, there's like 3 of you.
It's like trying
Give me
to punch a
just a
feckin'
second.
hodag over here. Come on.
I'll tell you about punching bone eggs. Bone eggs? That ain't right.
Sit right, Gus. Sit right here. It'll be fine.
What do you punch?
Dex, no,
Huh?
don't punch me, please. I won't
Okay,
survive.
you got it.
Thank you. Dex is gonna drive. Okay, he's got the wheel. You sit right over here in the passenger seat. You're gonna be all right.
Mhm.
Come on, Gus. Come on.
I go. I thought you were gonna
No,
go. sit
you
in the
go
back.
here. Oh my god. Any help? I say from the 2 of them. No,
It seems like you got it.
Gus,
I don't like that you've got
Yeah.
a sense of humor now,
Hi.
Dex. I don't
No,
appreciate it.
hi, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you help me? I was wondering, I wanted to check the load on the wheels. I need somebody to sit in this seat. Can you help me
In that
sit
one?
in this seat? Yeah.
Yeah. I've got to
Okay.
go over. I'll go over there. I'm gonna
Yeah.
move over there.
Yeah, sit in the seat.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
perfect. Can you shut the
this-
door? Just shut the
Mhm.
door. Okay.
Yeah, Dex, shut the door. This door. Got
The
it.
door-
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I'm on it.
Okay. Okay. And then can you I'm just gonna and I just like reach in the window and like climb over and like fasten the seatbelt.
Yep. Safety first. I
Okay,
appreciate your concern.
great. I'm gonna check the wheel now. You stay there. Or else it'll
Rocks are
break it.
multiplying, Dex. No, you watch out for all them rocks. And like he points to like 2 rocks.
Okay.
Don't worry. I
drive.
got him in my sights.
Yeah, the ones over there, they're sort of dancing as you sort of move around, look at them. Move, watch out, give them wide berth. Getting closer.
And you do get 1 so it's a class 3 injury, so it's going to take just making sure I remember, even though we've gone over this like a dozen times. Every time I think I've remembered it incorrectly because we changed it a bunch right before writing it down finally.
It's injury plus 1.
Yeah.
Injury plus 1.
So you get 2 rests of the 4 that you need. So you need to take 2 more rests. Basically, this happens 2 rests before you make it to the Oswald homestead.
Doesn't Porter have something to?
He helps
with
you
injuries,
get
I
more
forget.
hit points. He doesn't improve your injury recovery.
Oh, okay.
No, I can't apply what's it called? Doctor to that, right? Reduce number of hits required to treat an injury by 1, since I wasn't successful in treating it in the first place, right?
Right. Actually, I think
Oh,
the
right,
final
right.
I think the final write-up of that is that it's an automatic success, right? Is what it actually is. So with that in mind, you only have 1 rest, Gus. You need to take 1 more rest. You arrive to the Oswald homestead requiring 1 more rest before you are done with this injury. So like you're feeling more or less better, but like your coordination is just a little bit off, and like there's still like a kind of you have like a tinnitus thing going on. Like there's like a ringing in your ear that like just hasn't gone away for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And you arrive at the Oswald homestead. You're able to like along the way stop by other homesteads and like smaller settlements just to like get a like, hey, where's the Oswald homestead at? That's easy enough for y'all to achieve. And you know where it is. You pull up in Loner's Pass. You're a good ways away from the border in Loner's Pass where it switches from Fort Dearborn territory to I believe it's Glenspire territory. As you kind of like right at the beginning of Loner's Pass, which is this, it's called Loner's Pass as if it was like a small canyon, but it's actually like Loner's Pass is something around like 300 or so miles side to side. It's like, it's beyond just like a valley. It's big, but there you can see on either side of you on the horizon, mountains to the north and mountains to the south, as you make your way east into Loner's Pass. And you start passing by homesteads and small settlements, barely large enough to be considered a settlement. They do have LRC towers, and then a couple camps as well. But then you veer kind of off of that down like a path that leads you kind of north. And you drive for a while. Like you drive for like 4 or 5 hours from the last time you had visual sight on a settlement. And eventually, you kind of pull up on this large kind of like ranch that has like a big archway made out of some posts and fencing. You see several hodags and horses in various fields with a kind of like patchy ground. And you also see they have it looks like a little river that like kind of goes by, and they've built kind of a little field around that. Like they've irrigated that river to kind of go into a field and make an area where they have actual like crops growing here. Nothing anywhere close to what you've seen in Winona Valley and like the like kind of Glenspire farmlands, Gus. Like this is like a small, very modest like patch of crops. But it is something, and a lot more than what you can often find in the Badlands. But the homestead itself, pretty small, pretty quaint. Just a 1-story building. And then like there's like a much larger barn attached to the areas where the animals go. And the building itself is actually pretty wide set, even though it's 1 story. It like kind of goes, it's a much larger building than what you would normally assume like a family would live in. And that makes pretty quick sense immediately, because you see about 4 to 5 indentured servants working here. Some of them handling the livestock, some of them handling the crops. One of them is like fixing the roof of the house. But you can identify them by the lightweight metal, not quite collars, they're actually called torques. It's a band of lightweight metal that kind of wraps around and doesn't meet in the front. It kind of ends with a couple inches of space in between both of its ends, but would be pretty hard to remove. That identifies them as indentured servants. And I mean, people notice you when you're pulling up. It's a long road leading up to the house, so like people spy you from a decent way, unless you're approaching the house with subtlety, which I don't imagine you are.
No.
Yeah.
There's no reason to think that's necessary.
Okay, so I need everyone to roll. No, I'm kidding. So back to my notes. A young woman in her maybe early 20s steps out of the barn, having been kind of like alerted by one of the workers. Sees you, says a couple things, and that worker goes inside the barn. And she like climbs over a fence and kind of like steps in front of you as you're approaching the house. And like tips her hat at you as you pull up. And she calls out, "Well, howdy. How can we be of service? Y'all ain't the Nomad Pack. We don't expect a delivery for another, half a week."
Yeah, I'll step out of the car. Hi. No, we're not nomads. My name is Dexter Bailey. An acquaintance of ours mentioned you got a fella by the name Lepidus working on your farm. We're on the trail of some bandits. We don't think he's involved with them necessarily, but we were told he might know something about him. We were hoping we could talk to him.
She takes off her hat and like pulls out a handkerchief and like kind of wipes some of the sweat from her brow and then puts her hat back on. And at this moment, a little ways behind her, the porch door opens up and an older woman, probably like in her 40s or 50s, steps out, and she is holding a shotgun as she kind of like steps up. She's not like holding it menacingly, but she does have it as she kind of like leans up, and she goes, "Everything all right, Petra?" And Petra like puts on her hat and looks at you again and goes, "Y'all looking for Lepidus?" And when like you say that, the woman with the shotgun does a little more threateningly hold her shotgun. She doesn't point it at you or anything, but Dex, you're able to mark as she like kind of moves the hammer back and like kind of straightens up a little bit. And Petra remains calm as she says, "Y'all bringing trouble to this here ranch?"
Promise you that's not our intent. Just want to ask him a few questions and we'll be on our way.
Well, I hate to tell you, Lepidus done changed his assignment. He ain't working here no more. I mean, he was a hard enough worker, but we couldn't feed that many mouths, so sorry to say. I mean, what is it? What is it? JOBS?
No. ISJOB.
ISJOB. The ISJOB reassigning him to some other place. He could be all the way in the waste for all I know.
I'd like to be able to tell if she's telling the truth.
Now we're doing the thing where I'm seeing if they're lying.
Yeah, Dex, you can roll discipline, of course, and Porter, you have playing the player, so you can roll manipulate.
Excellent.
And y'all are up against an 8.
Reliability came through for me. I guess that's what it's there for. I have 2 hits over an 8. I have a 10 and a 14.
I also have 2 hits over an 8.
Oh,
I have an 11 and a 13.
Both you can tell that she is lying. Lepidus is probably here, or if he's not here, he still works for this ranch. But I will say, kind of between the two of you, you can decide which bits of this you each individually get. But in general, like I guess definitely Porter, you would know that in general, people who hire indentured servants as you worked for a few, like you worked alongside a few at the docks, like they are immediately suspect and suspicious of anyone who comes asking for those servants, because a lot, like basically not everyone, but a lot of indentured servants, and surely you're fairly certain, based on what Caldwell said, Lapidus is one of them. A lot of indentured servants are there because they are paying. It's like it's instead of prisons, Manifest has this like kind of contracted work thing that people do to pay off their debt to society. And so every once in a while, like one of the risks you run when you hire indentured workers is that someone from their like sordid life will come asking for them and cause trouble. And Dex, you're able to kind of glean just in general, like these people don't want to fight, but they don't know that they can trust you guys. You just armed and capable looking people. Like Eloise's armor isn't fully deployed, but she's wearing like visible high-tech gear, and you have two pistols on your shoulder. Gus is the size of a mountain. And then Porter's there too. Porter's the only one who doesn't look like immediately intimidating. But he does have like a gun slung over his shoulder and looks a little ruddy, right? So like, who knows what this guy's the wild card. Wild
card. Hey, Tommy, what are they growing?
They're growing tobacco.
I think Gus sort of like not stumbles out, but like some effort, like gets out of the car a little bit. Goes, dang, tobacco's coming in pretty good for this time of year.
Yep. I'll be at market if you want to make your way back to town. We dropped off a shipment there beginning of the season. They probably still have some left in the general store. Sorry we can't be in more help though.
I will. Man, it feels like such an unorthodox move as I say it. I will take off my gun belt and like put it on the seat of the car.
I think Porter is savvy enough to like follow his lead and do the same thing.
Miss, I promise you, none of us mean you or yours any harm. I'd appreciate it if you didn't lie to me. We just want to talk to the man.
Yeah, you can roll manipulate, and Porter, you can assist. Gus, you could also assist.
Nice.
You threw out some nice conversation about tobacco.
A little bit of farm courtesy, a little bit of inside baseball.
A little bit of farm courtesy, a little bit of farm wisdom.
This tobacco is being grown a little further north than is normal, and also in the Badlands. So,
that's a +4. No, yeah, +4 from Porter.
This will help.
A +1. Yes.
Okay.
So nothing.
It's like I'm competent at this now.
Hey, you got tobacco all the way up here, and in this Badlands soil.
Oh, this is good for you, Dex. You're up against a 3. There's nothing I can do about it.
I have a 5, a 6, and a 13.
Ooh.
All right.
So you set it down, Gus, you keep talking, and then the woman with the shotgun kind of relaxes a little bit, and she goes, actually, it's import. It's most of our overhead goes into that, but we turn it over around here. Fresh tobacco is hard to find these parts. And she goes, Petra, they're all right. And Petra looks back and goes, whatever you say, Ma. And she steps to the side and says, tea? Iced tea?
Oh, cheers. I'd love some. That sounds delightful.
Love an iced tea.
And the older woman steps down and she goes, I'm Bernadette Oswald. This woman made a piss and vinegar in front of you is my daughter Petra. Welcome to the homestead. last fella came talking to Lapidus not too long ago. Maybe a handful of months back. Hell of a man. Guns not too dissimilar from yours, sir. Caldwell, I think the name was.
He's who sent us this way.
All right. He mentioned that this is going to be a regular thing.
Not as far as we know.
On my plan.
Yeah.
Right.
Shouldn't be any more.
Right then. Come on in. And as she leads you into into the front, like the front of their house is like a large kind of like almost like cabin style, like large living space with like that like extends into like kind of a kitchen that doesn't have like a door or walls blocking it.
Open concept.
Yeah.
I get it.
And then like further back there are a couple like doors, like glass framed doors that lead back into what you can see are like hallways, and you actually see like one person like looking through, and it's like an indentured servant like going into what seems to be like lodging in that back area. And she goes, Leland, we got company. Mr. Bailey and I'm sorry, the rest of y'all.
Order Janus, very pleased to meet you.
My name's Gus Gurley.
Gurley. You
Yeah.
you come from Winona Valley?
Yeah, the Gurley homestead. Oh, man. I knew we were doing good. I didn't know people heard about us up here.
Well, I occasionally, to get the supplies we need, we go into Glenspire from time to time, and I happened to, I think, cross paths with your father about 10 years back. Good man. He gave me some good recommendations on how to work on the stuff we do around here. Actually, how's he doing these days? How's the farm?
Oh, well, I'm afraid I don't have good news on either front. He passed some time ago.
Ah, damn shame.
Yeah. But real genius when it comes to this sort of stuff. He sort of he really knew it all. He just set me a big strong pair of hands up in the fields and just turned an earth.
Well, he seemed like a good fella from the one time we talked. Leland, you remember me telling you about oh shoot, I forgot your dad's name. I know that I have it here in my notes. Yeah, you remember me telling you about Hank Gurley? Hank Gurley down in Glenspire? And Leland goes, She goes, Hank Gurley, the fella about a while back, several seasons back. He told me about the trick to growing the tobacco off of 3 rows instead of 4, extra space in between them. Oh yes, dear. How's tea coming, Leland? Here you go. All right. And she pours iced tea for all of you and sits down. Petra goes and sits on like one of the like long like kind of it's like a wicker frame couch that she like sits on and like opens up a book and starts reading. And she goes, well, my condolences for the passing of your father. He seemed like a good fella, good man. Offered me some help when I was just starting out. So, pleasure to meet you. Looks like he done well with you. You hell of a frame to you. I mean, he must have put you to work.
That he did. I became very familiar with those 3 rows in that extra room. Believe you me.
It seemed like it was like his one thing.
It works on just about everything you could think. It works on corn, works on tobacco, works on taters if you try to it. I know it's a little different, but it still works.
You hear that, Leland?
It's pretty incredible.
Maybe we should start growing taters up here.
Oh, try it. Try it come fall with the taters.
Oh, taters, yeah, taters.
Gus is actually sort of like beaming. Like he hasn't had a good farm talk in a hot minute.
Anywho, what is it that brings y'all around here? If you don't mind me asking, I don't make it make a point of knowing other people's business, but you understand, Mr. Lapidus is under my protection for the time being, and well, I understand y'all are coming here talking straight. I'm just curious what it is you need from the man.
So a while back, we ran into a group of bandits trying to steal some LRC equipment. They had this symbol, and I like pull out my etching of it, and this symbol inscribed on their equipment, and I pass it over to Bernadette.
He's got a tattoo of this.
Now you see why we're here.
All right. Now, sir, if I got a good read of you, I'd say you ain't but a hop, skip, and jump far away from what Mr. Caldwell was. Now that fella seemed to have a history with Lapidus. Now he ain't ever mentioned no Bailey, Janus, Gurley, or a young lady matching your description, because you didn't say your name, right?
No.
Yeah. Now, I mean, he ain't the most talkative of folks, but he ain't quiet. Now, Mr. Caldwell, he done told me he never planned to put a bullet in Mr. Lapidus. Now, you said much the same, but lots of times people come into a situation, they mean one thing, and then the situation goes a certain way, and they don't like it. And people in your line of work, well, they tend to like to draw and shoot when things don't go their way. Well, I understand it.
I promise you, ma'am, that is not how my profession works.
All right.
As long as Mr. Lapidus doesn't try to kill me in this room, I have no quarrel with him. I just want some answers.
Kill you? No. Now, but watch your pockets while you're talking to him, of course. I'm just kidding. He is in rehabilitation, fully committed, of course. Petra, what? Go and get Simon. He's cleaning out the barn. Well, then go into the barn and get Simon. Our guests need to speak with him. It won't take but a minute. Go on, move your ass. Yes, Ma. She gets up and walks out. I didn't catch your name, young miss. What was it?
Eloise Reynolds.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Reynolds. You seem a mite uneasy. Please, you can relax. I mean, I might be giving your friend here the third degree, but I understand. Y'all are here in good faith.
Thank you.
Y'all need anything to eat? Any sweets, anything like that? We just went into town a week back, and we got a few things held over.
I think Dex like looks over at Gus, remembering the jar of licorice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, are you growing anything besides tobacco? I'd love to get a taste of your fare if you wouldn't mind me.
Well, I mean, I don't have time to whip you up anything fancy, but yeah, sure. And she goes over and opens up like an actual, like, basically like a refrigerator. It's a little bit of like a walk-in, but she has like it's like a closet that is cooled. And she opens it up and gets a jar. She goes, "This was fresh squeezed not too long back, about a day or so. Here, have some of the milk." And she gives you some Hodag milk.
Yeah, Gus like happily like takes a big old swig. I think you guys watch Gus house this Hodag milk part. parts of like how he became this big start to fall into place.
Don't forget to breathe, son.
Oh man, it's just been a minute since I'd had some good Hodag milk fresh from the udder. Oh, this
Hey,
is
he
so
built
nice.
like that fire wrestler we saw back at the carnival last summer.
You can't to me, Tommy.
Ain't he just a spitting image? I mean, look at the size of this man's shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yesterday, he's
fancy
quite
myself-
big.
I don't know. I learned to box a little bit from a guy in a carnival, and I did. I can box a little bit. I can't do all that fancy wrestling set and the flips and the jumps. It doesn't seem too practical in a fight. I don't know how they do it in the ring. I would just box.
Well, it ain't about practicality as much as a spectacle now, I assume.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't much one for spectacle. I'm a simple good. If you punch someone good enough in the right spot, it's just as good as doing 3 backflips. You know.
Well, maybe to you, but to the observer, one's much more entertaining.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, maybe I should work on my backflips.
Yeah, do some flair, add some flair to it. Come on. And she like kind of like fakes boxes you for like a second, and then Petra walks in, and a man is walking behind her, probably no older than 30 years old, if maybe like a year or two older than 30. He walks in, he's pretty scrawny. You see some, he's not like covered in tattoos, but you do see some tattoos on like his arms, as he is wearing, rolled up like sleeves. Looks like he has been working in a bar and he's like covered in, like sweat and like dirt and stuff. And she goes, Simon, here, have yourself a drink. You look parched. This here is, Mr. Bailey, Ms. Reynolds, Mr. Janus, and Mr. Gurley. They are friends of Mr. Caldwell's, and they're here to ask you a few questions. Do you need me to sit in on this, Lapidus, or do you need would you like your privacy? And he goes, "Yeah, it don't make a difference to me. Friends of Caldwell, though, I didn't think that fella had any friends." And he like helps himself to like a glass of water and like grabs like a slice of lemon or of iced tea and grabs like a slice of lemon and like drops it in there and grabs another one and like puts it on the rim, and then like sits down and takes like a big swig of it. He has like a pretty like bushy, unkempt mustache that he like licks the fluid off of and like spends a little too much extra time like kind of trying to clean and get out of his mouth. And he goes, "Hey, I gotta hear this story."
We ran afoul of a guy by the name of Kenny Mathis a couple weeks back. He's trying to steal some LRC equipment.
Kenny Mathis. I don't think I ever knew a Kenny or a Mathis for that matter.
Well, he ran with a woman named Nicolette Dubois. Does that ring any bells?
No, not at all. Interesting name though. But hell, I ain't got nothing for you there.
They had this symbol inscribed on their gear, which I'm told you have tattooed on you.
Yeah, that I do. All right, I'm starting to see the pieces fall into place here. Nah, there ain't no way I know the people you're after. It's this Mathis and this what Dubois?
That's right.
Nah, I would never have a chance to meet them. That's the kind of the whole point, you know.
I don't. That's why I'm here.
Oh, so you like far back on what you know. So you just
Apparently.
seen this symbol then.
Seen it a couple places and hoping you can fill in some blanks.
Couple places. All right. Well, look, I mean, whatever you're after, I wash my hands of it. Right. Now, I may have fallen in with that crew for a spell, but they were a little too diehard about their cause, so I just went ahead and decided I was going to extricate myself from that because, you know, a lot of people believe in a lot of things really hard, and I just believe in making it to the next day. right? That's kind of been my verity, as it were. So I realized that I was in over my head, and I just kind of gave them the slip. Now I don't know whether or not they really like that too much, but they I mean that their symbol. I mean, what I know that is the market of the FPC. And they was getting tattoos, and I wanted to, I had just met him, so I didn't want to be rude or nothing. So I just I got it right here, and he like lowers his shirt, and sure enough, it's tattooed right there on the collar. And he goes, I mean, it's a nice symbol or whatnot, but the more and more they talked, the more I realized I'd maybe kind of thrown in with the wrong type of people for someone such as myself. They had high aspirations, and I liked to, steal the odd pot here and there. And, what done me in was stealing a horse. Well, what done me in is stealing a horse when I was running away from a fella whose horse I stole. But, so it was kind of like a double thing. And, but, I mean, at the end of the day, that's about the level I'm at. And these folk, they wanted to take the power from the man and all that. Nah, that just ain't me.
FPC?
What was it? Free People's Coalition. That was what it's called. That's it was it's some like movement or whatever. It's it's got its sights on the military industrial whatever that is Fort Dearborn. They don't like the militia, they don't like the governor, they don't like the alders, they don't like none of it. And I think, I mean, from what I understand, it was, when I first heard about it, I thought it was just eliminated people, kind of like this thing to, what with all the talk that's happening these days, people were trying to find a safe place. But I guess they just kind of took anyone who was done wrong by the militia. And hell, I've been done wrong by the militia as much as the next fella. But I didn't want to go punch the militia in the teeth or nothing about it. I just kind of wanted to go the other way, right?
Smart move.
That seemed like the smart move, but these people, they were a real deal. They had good equipment, and they had purpose. I thought maybe I was just going to get paid real well, but I was happy to have lodging and people who had my back, right? But I wasn't there to fight a war or nothing, so I went on and get. That was a little bit ago. Maybe about a year ago, something along those lines.
Where'd you meet these folks?
I met them. I met them on the road. Just by happenstance. They caught their campfire, and I didn't actually have that many supplies, so it was kind of a boon to me. And that kind of was what kind of started the whole, they were nice to me, so I'd be nice to them type thing. And I realized I could do a job with them, and they're like, well, we're going to go get a tattoo. And I was like, well, I'll take one. And so I just kind of threw in with them. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes you meet good people who take care of you. But if you're wondering where they hang out, the people I ran with. So here's the thing. The reason I say I never know the people you're looking for is that's kind of the whole point, right? The people who are part of the FPC, that's kind of like they believe in the cause, and then I guess them believing in the cause makes it so that they get orders from on high. I don't know. They talked a lot about a fella they called the Raven, and apparently the Raven would send them like LRCs or something. I don't know what. I didn't ask too many questions, but they would get messages basically, and it would be like, be here at this time and do this thing, or or whatever. And whatever it was, sometimes it was small stuff. Sometimes it was just like be in this crowd and stop people from running away. And then like someone would get shot and everyone would have to watch and you just kind of be there stopping it. And like other times it was like more proper crime, which like, you know, like I said, was a little bit more than what I was used to. You know, there was like, you know, sticking up a place or they mentioned once they robbed a bank. But anyways, they hung out, the group I knew, they hung out around Las Brasas. They would meet at a place called Suze's Tavern, or Suze's Saloon.
Okay.
Yeah, the way you went about meeting them was you'd go to the barkeep and you'd ask for a featherfall. And it was like the drink that they asked for, and then they give it to you and they'd like tell you to go talk to that guy, and then you go and talk to that guy, and then that guy would be like, get a tattoo, I guess. I don't know. I never sat in on them meetings.
You got names, any of these folks you ran with?
Yeah, I mean, I only knew the names of two of them. There was Herb, and then there was Rosie. Herb and Rosie, they were the ones that I met on the road. There were some other ones, but I honestly don't remember their names. I never really talked to them too much. So I guess actually maybe I was wrong. Maybe I did know the people you were talking to. I could have met this Kenny fella.
I'll describe Kenny Mathis, the extremely easily recognizable man.
Sounds like an ugly son of a bitch. I remember him. No, sir. I ain't never crossed his path. That's the
Be hard
stuff
to
of nightmares right there. Can I have another tea? And Leland goes, yes, of course. Help yourself.
Can I just try and get a read on Simon here to see like if he's being truthful, if he's holding anything back,
Sure.
things like that?
Yeah. You're up against
Yes,
9.
These numbers are technically successes. The 10 is the only one that matters.
You don't think he's lying to you about any of the stuff he's told you so far. If he's holding something back, you're not 100% sure, but you don't think so.
Okay. He's probably done more crimes than he's told me here. I haven't asked him.
I mean, that part's easy enough to know.
I'd like to also roll since I'm there.
Yeah, sure. As he before he gets his second tea, he digs in with his fingers and pulls out the lemon that he dropped in, and he eats that lemon. And then he pours
This
in.
guy is so weird.
And then he pours some more iced tea and drops in another lemon. Never touches the lemon that he put on the rim.
Sure.
That's a limb remnant. It's not me.
That's a high of 12.
How many net successes over a 9?
Just one.
Okay. Similar thing. You think you don't think he's lying about anything. You think everything he's told you so far has been true. You don't think he's omitting anything huge, but he might be omitting some stuff, but it's hard to tell for sure.
All right. Just for sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall what bank they said they robbed?
No, I don't. I mean, it weren't the Las Brasas Bank. I know that. And it wasn't anything super memorable, so it weren't like Waypoint or anything in the factory town or nothing. But they just said they robbed a bank. They may have said the name. Well, I don't recall it.
Do you happen to recall a man who was involved with the militia in any way, planning on infiltrating it, or who had any particular trouble with him?
No, but I didn't hear a lot of things stuff like that. right?
Sure.
I mean, they didn't tell me them things too much. They just said kind of, be here, do this, and I was for it. Mostly they just talked about, well, the militia's got a boot on the throat of the people of Fort Dearborn, and we're all one people, and the illuminated and the non-illuminated, they discriminate against us all, and we need to work together. If they come for the illuminated, then they're gonna come for everyone else in the end if they haven't already, stuff like that. Basically, like overreach of legislative power. That's what they said a lot.
Did you see anybody get that tattoo on their foot?
I mean, some people did have them tattoos in weird places. I think I might have met a fella or seen a fella once at one of the times who had it on on his like heel or whatnot. That was like right at the beginning though. Basically, I showed up like right at like a big meeting and there were like a lot of people there, and I didn't remember none of their names. But yeah, I think a fella did at the end. He took his boots off to go to sleep, which you'll never catch me doing. But I did catch he had it on his foot, and I thought that must have hurt like hell.
I like look over to Porter, and I don't know anything else. Do you?
Can I use takes one to know one?
Yeah. You just spend one shine, and you detect all the illuminated people within moderate range. I think it is.
Yeah.
And you don't need line of sight to them, right?
No.
So no one in this room is illuminated. There is someone who is working outside who is illuminated.
Okay.
Do you know if they had any plans to do something with parts from an LRC tower? Anything like that? Or just something technologically big and advanced?
I mean, they had their sights set on the militia. So, I mean, Fort Dearborn regulates who does and doesn't get LRC towers. Those parts are heavily regulated. It seems like the kind of thing they might want to steal, stick it to the man and whatnot. I don't know what their general purpose was besides being a nuisance. I mean, they kept saying they was going to make change, but that's, I mean, way I see it, something like that. Monolith like Fort Dearborn, you don't change that. That's like trying to swim against the current and thinking you'll change its mind one day.
Well, some people are just really good swimmers,
Well, I mean, you'll make progress maybe, but eventually it just keeps going.
Fair enough, Simon.
Has the older woman, whatever her name was, has she left?
Bernadette?
Yeah.
No, she's still there.
Okay.
She's just kind of like hanging out. She's not like sitting at the table with y'all. She's just like in the like going around the house, basically doing things. Occasionally she does step out. Leland is there. He is washing dishes. Petra eventually leaves.
Can I go find Bernadette for a second when she's not in like line of sight? I don't.
Yeah, you can follow her easily. She like steps out on the porch at one point, and you kind of get up and walk over and step outside as well. And she turns and sees you. All done?
I am. I don't. I'm not a talker. Thank you for letting us talk to him.
Of course, yeah. Ain't no skin off my back as long as y'all are not meaning any trouble, of course.
No.
It's getting kind of late though, so I suspect you won't want to be leaving. If y'all need to stay here for the evening, you're welcome to.
Oh well, I don't know about that. But I did want to. He ain't necessarily the sort that I would often interact with, but I think what you're doing here is real nice. So I thought maybe as thank you, you could take this, and one's for you and one's for his dad. And I will take 2 spurs and give her 2 spurs.
Well, hell, sweetie. That's mighty kind of you. You know what? I'll go ahead and add this other spur to his debt as well. Make a, nice little dent. I mean, he works hard and, the tea's cheap. So I ain't adding that to his tab. I try to do right by these folk. They, just folk who got on the wrong side of things. He asked me though, I think Lapidus is going to be just kind of working in this cycle for some time, but
it seems maybe you got the right of it.
but hey, this will move him on to his next locale just a little bit faster. Very kind of you, miss.
Yeah, I can't do much, but I thought maybe. Anyway, that's all.
You should talk more. Kind of young lady like you. Seems like you got a lot to say.
Oftentimes I have too much to say, but thank you for saying.
Might just be you're talking to the wrong people. They think that you're saying too much. You say whatever you want to say, young miss. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Yeah, no, they let me talk a whole lot. I just don't really say much. Always about 100 words for 5 that are useful. Anyway, I'm gonna just go check on my friend's horse.
Sure thing. Nice animal.
Yeah.
I have to assume, given the fact that Caldwell pointed you in this direction, you came riding in on his horse.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know the man too well, but seemed like that was where his road was going to end one day or another.
Yep. He is very passionate about, I don't know, shooting people, I guess, and justice and whatever gunslingers do, so.
Most of that from what I hear.
Me too. Thank you for, being so nice.
Of course. And she lets you go. Yeah, she lets you
away.
She lets you go and like check out like the horse and all that. Anything else happening inside?
I think I'm through with my questions. He's given us seems like everything he's got. Thank you for your time, Mr. Lapidus.
Thank you
You've
for
been
the
helpful.
break.
Of course. There's no reason that you'd lie about any of this, right, Lapidus?
Well, any of what? The FPC? I ain't got no loyalties to them. I mean, I got a tattoo. I mean, I guess I got that forever, but that getting a tattoo ain't like getting married or nothing.
No, it's not the same thing at all. All right, I just
Head
want
to
to
a
make sure.
carnival. Someone can do some work over it.
Well, that'll be the day I can afford a carnival tattoo. That's when you know old Lapidus is living large.
I love Lapidus.
Sorry. I want to just follow Lapidus around now. I would like to be a different campaign. Can we do that?
We all
hanging out
four
with
play
Lapidus.
just people who are watching Lapidus.
That's the name of our next one shot. Lapidus living large.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll shake his hands and get up to go, I guess.
You reach out a hand and he like looks confused for a second and then reaches out his hand and shakes yours. And as you're like getting ready to go, he goes, so Caldwell, you're friends with the fella. He just pointing you in the right direction, or I seen his horse outside. Where is he at?
He fell doing the job.
Like fell. He ain't just like resting up in some saloon somewhere. He's Oh, damn. And he kind of deflates a little bit and goes, well, that's just a punch in the gut. Kind of thought that fucker was going to outlive the suns. Sun. There's only one sun. Sun. The moons. That's the thing there's two of. There's two moons. Thought that fucker was going to outlive the sun.
Seems tight, didn't he? He was hard to take down till the very end.
Oh, damn. Damn.
Did you know him well?
Well as someone can know. Gunslinger, I suppose. Hey, we crossed paths more than a few times, and, well, I always felt like he had the option to shoot me, and he chose not to, and I always appreciated that.
I imagine for him that was a test of his mettle.
Now, I mean, of course, he did give me to the law in the end, but, you know, all's fair.
The outcomes, it's pretty good.
Right? I mean, that's kind of how I felt at the time. I thought, oh man, this is it. Staring down a gunslinger. I've already stolen his horse once. I thought for sure he was gonna. I mean, it's a nice horse. I mean, you've seen it. It's a nice horse. But I thought maybe I was gonna get away, and then he caught up, and well, I thought, oh, this is it. This is it, old Lapidus. You know, he's gonna. You done stole a gunslinger's horse, thought it was a really good idea when you were 7 drinks in, and now it's really sobering you up now, don't you? And then he just kind of took me by the ear, and I mean, it wasn't my proudest moment, but it wasn't terrible.
Not everything deserves a bullet.
Yeah, I think maybe he was one of the few gunslingers that wouldn't just make quick work of old fucker like me. From what I hear, they like to just gun some bitches down the moment they step out of line. And I ain't found a line that I ain't dipped a toe over once in a while.
Maybe keep it on the other side of the line, and you won't end up here again.
I am on the path to reformation, my friend. This is I've seen the light. The moment that gunslinger didn't.
I don't. It's fine. I'm not coming back here. We won't meet again. Do it for you. You don't got to put on a show for me.
A show I am not giving you, sir. I am giving you the honest truth. I am a changed man. He can't even keep a straight face. He kind of grins a little bit. And then pulls out the lemon out of his iced tea and eats it.
I know that you probably don't actually deserve this, but just take this from me, and I'm gonna give him a spur as well.
Oh, you actually. I mean, I can take it, but in the circumstance, you should probably give it to. He looks over at Leland, who is finishing up the plates and drying his hands really slowly. He goes, Ms. Bernadette, you should give it to Mrs. Bernadette. She'll make sure it goes to the right place. I mean, I could take it, but I just do something dumb with it down the road. So might as well go ahead and put it in the right place.
In that case, you stay far away from this, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Simon, you've been quite helpful. You know, I know you didn't know much, but putting us on the next part of our path, we do appreciate it.
Not doing much else. You say I didn't even have to shovel up any hodag poop for, well, a whole 15 minutes. This has been great. Y'all ever want to stop by again? I'm sure Bernadette will chase you off.
Her and that shotgun, I'm sure.
She's a dead eye with that thing too.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm. Some fellas came in once and they tried to cause some trouble, and she shot one of their hats off. No, I didn't see it. One of the other servants saw it, but I heard she shot his hat right clean off.
The end of that hat, then.
Mm-hmm. They turned tail and they ran.
I tap Porter on the shoulder, Is it to say like we're not getting out of here if you keep engaging with this man?
Can I have another iced tea?
Oh, thanks so much, Simon. We do appreciate it. Maybe it's back to the old salt mines for you.
Wish it were salt mines. Wish it were. You get used to the smell though eventually.
I'm still not there yet. I say, looking at his shoes and his, pants and actually his entire.
Yeah, he's filthy. Leland pours him another iced tea.
I'm at the door.
Cheers to the two of you. Leland, very nice to meet you. You seem like a pleasant man. Thanks so much. Bye
of
now.
course. Have a good day.
I'll do my best.
Simon, how many iced teas you had? This is my second. And the three of you rejoin Bernadette Oswald on the porch. She points out to the three of you similar thing that it is getting late-ish. You don't have much sunlight left. So she points out, she goes, well, if you're all done, Simon, I gave you until I'm done with this conversation to finish that iced tea, and then you better not be in my kitchen. Yes, sir. She goes, well, like I was telling your friend, Ms. Reynolds, if y'all want to bunk up here for the night, we have some extra rooms you could use. Or if you want to move on, I'm sure you can make it a decent way back to town before you got to set up camp.
Just take a quick look at the map.
Wildlife around here ain't too hard. You could probably push it through the night if you really wanted to.
Taking a quick look at the map.
Mm-hmm.
Blast Process is back into the Badlands, like totally the opposite direction of continuing to return these guns. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Basically, Lost Process is well into the middle of the Badlands, over 3,000 miles west. The rough estimate of where the guild hall of the Legionnaires of Astoria could be is roughly 3,000 miles to the southeast into the garden. You also know that you're not too far from the Silent Peak where you were trained. You're at like the kind of base of that mountain range. It's still like over 1,000 miles and into mountains. To get there, but it is the closest to home you've been in a while.
Yeah. Well, what do you folks want to do next? It's 3,000 miles that way to get back Caldwell's guns. It's 3,000 miles that way to figure out this FPC.
I guess it's probably important to get the guns back to the guild in a certain amount of time. I don't know. But you'd know better than me.
So they want them back.
Right.
But like I said, I don't know that they'll be too worried about how long it takes as long as they get them back. If the reason it's taken long is because we're working on something.
Fair enough.
But I don't know when we're coming back this way.
Yeah, I did make a promise to Alistair.
Well, let's press on. Do we go tonight, or I don't know if we want to camp out next to Hodag Fields? Just personally, I don't know.
I could press on a bit still.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with whatever.
Miss Bernadette, thank you so much for your hospitality. By the way, I do truly appreciate everything you've done for us, and I'm glad that you didn't shoot my hat off.
Oh, Lapete's talking again. Well, Lapidus, I'm done with the conversation. I'm walking into my kitchen. You hear clunk, 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 clunk inside. Y'all have a good evening. Safe travels.
Cheers.
Thank you so much.
And she walks in, and a side door slaps open as she walks in, and Lapidus is like booking it towards the barn.
Oh, and I catch her before she gets out of the way, and I'll say, this is for him.
Oh, y'all are mighty kind. You and Miss Reynolds both. Really? This is. I mean, he's got an awful lot of debt, but 3 spurs is close to how much he'd put on it in a week. So this is not an insignificant amount, sir. Thank you so much.
If just judging from what 15 minutes gave him, I think he'll be quite happy about a week off.
No, he's still working. It will be a week off at the end of the term.
No. But of course. Well, a week less, I guess. I mean,
That's more like it. Y'all have a nice day.
same to you.
And like Petra watches from afar as you all return to your vehicles, and
I breathe a very small sigh of relief as I put my gun belt back on.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
and you head off, and you're traveling through the night to make it to the next town. It's not like through the whole night. Basically, you can arrive in the middle of the night.
Yeah, we'll drive through the night, heading into the garden towards the hardwood forest.
Yep.
Cool. Who's driving?
Me, I guess, because Gus is still
Okay,
concussed.
Dex is behind the wheel, and Porter, you're handling your vehicle.
That's right.
God.
His
I
name-
drive someone else's car one goddamn time in both campaigns, and it fucking explodes both times. Is that what you're telling me, Tommy?
I do need Dex and Porter to roll a drive test for me. This is going to be at a -4 for both of you.
Canonically, I am a very picky backseat driver. Can I help?
No, not in this particular instance. They're reacting to a thing that happens, and you won't have time to like talk through it.
-4?
Eloise, you don't have to roll anything.
Okay.
Oh no, they fired an EMP at the horse.
And while y'all are rolling, hi Raiders! Hi, I see Ink and Liar rated us. How's it going? Welcome.
Howdy. You said -4, yes?
It's a -4. Yes.
I have secured 1 hit so far.
Fantastic.
I have secured no hits with little I can do about it.
Fantastic.
Okay. Here we go. I got 2 hits right now. This 2 grit that I'm spending, that's
That's what I
3
like.
hits as I twist the knife.
Ooh.
I refuse to let another car die on my watch.
I will never forgive you for wrecking my truck. The end.
Hmm.
Also, never go to Las Brasas. Never go to Las Brasas.
Oh, we
right.
could go here, or we could go to Las Brasas. Where do you guys want to go? Let's go to the other place. Fuck
I
Las
would rather
Brasas.
go
Stop over.
3,000 miles the other way. I'm going to be 6,000 miles from Las Brasas at all times.
I think I've never even been. It could be a nice place.
It's not a nice
Never
place
been
and
to
you
Las
know
Brasas.
it.
Is it nice there? It sounds nice.
You should go there sometime.
Yeah, I'll go.
I gave these fuckers last campaign. I gave these fuckers in like episode like 16 or something. I gave of a 50 episode.
Okay, but here's
It's maybe like episode 18 of a 50 episode arc.
No way. That was like 25 or 30.
It was pre nomads.
No,
it was on the way.
Nomads. It was on the way to the nomads.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I think it was like episode like 18 or
Like
so.
20 or something.
Anyways, point is well below
Yeah.
half of
it
the
was
campaign.
the same episode
and they
in which
never
a bird almost
went.
got me. So like, I don't know why you're having trouble seeing why I don't want to go to Las Brasas. You hand me something that says Las Brasas on it, a bird almost gets me. That's A to B, baby.
That's what's coming here right now.
Birds jump out and they go for Dex.
Pick up the truck and throw it.
Okay,
Why do
okay,
you think
okay.
I'm
Let's
good
see
at
if we
shooting
let's see if
this
we can
time?
let's see if we can resolve this, and then we gotta call it for tonight. I have to remember the thing I'm looking
Oh,
for.
episode 20. Roper right down the line.
Told you 20. Parentheses. Bird almost got me.
Fucking great.
I saved you. I saved you, and then you thanked me by blowing up my car.
What mods does the car have, by the way?
God. Come on.
I was trying to pull up your sheet, but I have the wrong windows
I
open.
got
so.
you.
It has
Wheeled.
safety features.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
standard.
Safety features, armoring, and no flats.
Okay, cool. Cool. So, you guys got how many successes?
3.
3?
I did spend grit to twist the knife, so I don't know if you lowered my grit appropriately.
Yeah, I think you were at 3 now, right?
I'm at 5 now.
That's what I said.
Ramblin' Retail has rambled its last retail.
Okay,
Might have.
cool. So bullets fly out and headlights appear on either side of you, driving up onto the path. And luckily, the no flat tires prevents Dex from having to actually roll to retain control of his vehicle. As the vehicle is shot, though. And the car is going to take it's going to take 18 damage, 6 of which is armor piercing.
You'll have to help me.
Is it
15
on
armor.
the digital sheet?
Yeah.
So
Oh, sorry, I said 6. It's actually 4. 4 of it is armor piercing.
okay, yeah. So
18
the
damage.
toughness, reduces that to 12, and then 4 goes through the armor, and then the other 8 hits the armor.
Got it.
And Porter. Luckily for you, you also don't have to roll to retain control because the way that automated horses work, they don't actually have to. They don't actually you can't shoot out the tires on a horse. It just on an automated horse. It just keeps going until it's destroyed. That being said, one of your is it 1 horse or 2 horses?
Just one.
Just 1.
Pit stop. Yeah.
Cool. Pit stop takes. He gets hit twice
Oh, good.
and takes basically 2 instances of 18 damage with 4 armor piercing.
Okay, 2 instances. I can use toughness on both of those,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So
that brings us
both.
down to 32 with 8 armor piercing, right?
Yeah, that is accurate.
It's hard to imagine the armor piercing mattering at 32 total damage.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yep, it was just 24. That's a dead horse.
Okay, cool.
Can he take an injury? I like pit stop.
No, he can't. He might be able to be repaired though. However, you do crash. So what is the top speed of your wagon? It's not very high.
It's +1.
Okay.
How
So
many hit points does a vehicle have? Do you determine? Is armor
it's
the
times
first
4.
points?
It's the body times 4.
Body times 4. Okay, cool.
And the hit points are the horse and the wagon, right?
Basically the wagon doesn't. I don't think the wagon has its own hit points. Just provides cover for you.
Right.
The horse is the actual vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And the horse is what done got shot. Okay, so it's you're moving at a +1. Let me pull up the crashing rules. Do.
These were, I want everyone to know, the absolute worst rules to convert from draft to final.
Yes. Okay, what is your automated horse's body?
Body of 5.
5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And it's a +1, so you take 11 damage.
Great. So 1 toughness, so that's 10.
Yep.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. That's just 1. But there goes all my armor.
So shots ring out. One hits like the front of the car, and Dex, like, you retain control and like dodge, and like other shots ring out over you. Headlights pop up, and then at the same time, 2 other shots ring out, or multiple other shots ring out. 2 of them hit Pit Stop, the automated horse in front of Porter's wagon, which immediately like turns off and crumples to the ground, bringing the wagon down, pulling up the back wheels. And Porter, you go tumbling out. The wagon like pulls on the reins and kind of like lands, like wheels up, like it doesn't like tip over completely, but you are launched out of it, and like the wind gets knocked out of you as you kind of crash into Pit Stop, roll off of it's like wreckage, and then like slam into the ground. And Eloise, shots ring out at you as well, and before you have a chance to do anything, Sinclair just kicks it into gear, and you zoom forward, and you're able to grab on as the bullets whiz over you and like the lights shine on. And we will begin next session with initiative.
Great.
Oh, wait, can I activate Sixth Sense before we go? Please. Please. I didn't get shot at. Everybody else had to roll a test.
Fine. Yeah, sure. As the horse kicks in, you're like, ah, and immediately just like instinctually like pop your Sixth Sense power. And you will get the benefits of that. Next session. That next session will be, of course, May 25th. May 25th is when y'all can catch us next. We are going to be here at 8 p.m. Central, gonna see who is attacking our drifters in the dead of the night.
Somebody's car is about to be full of Gus.
A poor concussed Gus. All right,
Hey,
y'all.
look, it affects awareness and reasoning. It don't affect punch.
It might affect your static initiative. Or not your static initiative, but your initiative. No, your static initiative might be affected. If your awareness is down 1. Your target's going to be based on your muscle, but your static initiative might go down because the average is based on both muscle and awareness. All right, cool. So we went definitely a little late, but we were having so much fun with Lapidus, I wasn't just going to cut us there. So let me really quickly...
Large with Lapidus.
Let me just go ahead and jump into the Discord exclusive questions. Any of you from the Ink and Liar raid, we end every session with a little bit of a Q&A where you can ask any questions you want about like the game, the players, the story, the campaign, past campaigns, RPGs in general, whatever you want. And you can throw those questions in the stream chat and we will answer them. But we have some questions in our exclusive Discord for people who backed this Kickstarter and also who pre-ordered it. So let me take a look here. All right. So first is from Argetlam. Argetlam previously had asked us how we would build certain members of the crew of Serenity in the past, and now is asking how we would build Jane, Kaylee, Inara, and Shepherd Book. So obviously Jane has the Sure Hands tree. So that
I mean, he's Path of the Outlaw.
Path of the Outlaw, hands down, Path of the Outlaw for sure. And then yeah, definitely has the Sure Hands tree and the Brawn tree because he's good with punching and he's good with shooting.
He'll hit you with a gun if he has
probably
to.
hardiness too, right? He gets shot and is usually like shrugs it off. So just full on as Path of the Outlaw as you can go, right?
I don't know how much of his past we learn
didn't
about,
really get
right?
into it.
Yeah,
all
it's
we,
hard.
all we learn is Janestown.
Janestown, right?
Yeah.
A man they call Jane.
It could be
Maybe
militant,
like
just given.
Homesteader Outlaw, maybe. Homesteader will get you hardiness, right?
Get that?
Yeah, he has a nice. His mom sent him a hat, right?
That's
So,
right.
Yeah, his mom sent him a hat. He's a
He
homesteader.
seems like a farm boy.
Addie, your camera went out of focus. Just so you know.
Oh no! My
IRL.
Kaylee is obviously Path of the Tinkerer. She has the know-how talent tree. That part's easy. She's not a nomad history, even though she is kind of that now. I think she also might be homesteader.
Also a homesteader, right?
Yeah.
She talks about like working with her dad in
or
their shop, right?
Or settlement. It could be settler also, because it's unclear. I mean, I bet like in the comics it's more expanded on or something.
Sure.
But
Well, there
like-
was definitely that boy who was very available, so probably in a town.
yeah, that's fair. Because there is so it's probably a town. Or if not a town, maybe she lived on a farm nearby a town. So either a settler or a homesteader. Path of the Tinkerer for sure. I don't really know what other or not. Like and the know-how talent tree. I don't know what other talent trees she would take. Like, I want to say Moxie just because everyone likes her.
I was gonna say.
But I don't think any of those
I think
talents
she
are
just,
really.
yeah. I don't think it has Moxie tree.
She doesn't equate exactly into like a full manifest character because she's a fictional television show person
Well-
and thus doesn't have to be totally
Well, so here's the thing. She could always just not use her other two talent trees.
Be illuminated and it didn't come up.
Well, because the way the talent
Just
trees are
spend
built,
all of your points and know-how.
the way the talent trees are built, you can spend literally all of your points in one talent tree if you want. So she could just have everything in the talent tree, in the know-how talent tree. And then Inara obviously has the Moxie talent tree for sure.
Also, probably
the
subtlety.
peddler?
She's very good at like
She's
like
sneaky.
stabbing people. She gets in that fight with.
I forget what of her history we know. I feel like it's either privileged or urchin and not in between.
Yeah, sure. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what her past is prior to becoming a companion, which, like, given the fact that that's the most defining aspect of her
Still
history
yeah.
could be linked to Path of the Companion. Or not Path of the Companion, but, like, could be linked to her being a companion. I don't know which history best fits that, unless it's, like, fucking missionary or something.
Ayo, but I'm.
So I actually think that probably it's like it might be just like city dweller.
Oh,
Oh,
sure.
sure, yeah.
Urbanite.
Mm-hmm.
Urbanite. I think she's either. I want to say she's a grifter.
Hmm.
Because, like, she has her legitimate business, but, like, on the hit series Firefly, she's doing a lot of non-legitimate business. And all of it is, like, talking her way into places she doesn't belong.
Mhm.
Stabbing people once there.
Isn't her whole thing that she like being on, like she lends them legitimacy?
Yeah, but she does, like, pretty immediately start becoming a criminal also. And so, and uses griftery abilities to do so, right? She gets them
Yeah,
out
it's
of...
like she is not actually a grifter in the true sense of grifter, but like all of the triggers from grifter are things that she does, right? Like talks her way into places she doesn't belong, gets things with words instead of money, like all all of these things.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And then Shepherd Book obviously has the militant background because...
Preacher.
Yeah,
Militant
militant
preacher,
preacher,
easy.
done. Because he clearly was an operative for the Alliance, and then is a preacher now. So militant preacher gives him sure hands, gives him moxie. I don't know what he does with subtlety for his third tree. Yeah, because he was a spy. And then
And he can't handle a weapon to like save his soul.
no, he can. He shoots people in the kneecaps.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
he does.
That's
He does
right.
do that.
Yeah.
Gosh,
Doesn't
it's been a
want to
long
handle
time.
a weapon to save his life.
Right.
He has that line where they're like, "Hey, doesn't the Bible have really specific things about killing people?" And he goes, "Yeah, but it's a lot more fuzzier on the subject of kneecaps." And then he shoots a bunch of people in the knees, which is so brutal. He just kneecaps half a facility
Jeez.
of like bad people, so you know.
It's fine. It's allowed.
They didn't need those legs.
And then Seth did ask, could we please build Wash? Which obviously Wash has the vigilance talent tree for being a very good pilot.
He's got Moxie though. He just has Moxie for
Sure.
sure.
Got Moxie. I think know-how maybe.
Yeah, he helps a little bit with know-how stuff.
It was about dinosaurs.
Knows
Yeah.
about dinosaurs.
Knows
Is
about
exactly
dinosaurs.
why I said that.
Yeah.
But also, I actually maybe think that he has his background. He was a military pilot, right?
Was he?
Is that?
I
is
thought he
that
was a
accurate?
shipping pilot.
Yeah, he
Maybe
wasn't a
I'm-
military pilot. He specifically has an axe to grind with Mal and
Right.
Zoe
yeah,
because they were in the army.
right,
Mhm.
right. So
He's like a urbanite,
yeah.
urbanite outlaw.
Urban Outlaw,
He
maybe?
is an outlaw.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the fact that he's like a smuggler, he
Yeah, I don't know what maybe it's like peddler or grifter. He's doing a lot of finesse-based things in the air, and I want that to be because he's flying with personality.
I see.
I don't think he fits into the path structure super duper well.
Surely there's a path that works for him. Explorer works pretty well. He likes going
Oh
places.
yeah, because
Gotta
explorer is sort of the like one size fits all. You're an explorer.
Yeah. You accept a worthy challenge every time he like sits down and is like, let me be an extremely good pilot really quick. Like, you know, he's like, here's a trick you haven't seen. Yeah. But when he like
with
outdoes the
like
Reavers.
1 or 2 triggers from like Path of the Gambler.
Oh, sure. Gambler would also be pretty good for him, for sure. Yeah, maybe a Gambler Explorer hybrid.
I think that'd be
that
good. Yeah.
mustache he started with was certainly a
That's
gamble.
right.
Yo.
Rude.
Yeah.
So
He does-
Crazy Ivan
he
is
did-
a gambler move.
At the end, he did push his luck despite a clear and present chance of failure.
And he did have a particularly bad string of bad luck.
Yeah.
Right at the end.
And one of the things from
All at
Explorer
once.
is a bold act fails spectacularly. So he got all of his triggers right at the end.
Yeah.
Everybody
his
got
last
it.
act.
They
He
leveled
helped
up,
everybody level up.
and then he moved
His
away,
last
so he
act,
couldn't
he
come to the
got them
sessions
4
anymore.
XP.
Oh my gosh.
So I have some. It's not quite bad news because there's all kinds of. So Argalam asks next about what's the wildest and most insane vehicle you can make in Manifest, and I've crunched the numbers. I think plane that kills other planes by running into them is the wildest. That said, you can put, I believe, 5 passenger mounted guns on a barge and sail it down the river. You're a warboat now.
That sounds right. Yeah.
The other thing that we did realize before the stream, there's no rules anywhere that say the plane that kills other planes by running into them isn't allowed to be a helicopter.
Which prior
Wasn't
to us
there,
running the
like-
stream, we're like, if someone ran that, it's obviously the rotors are just extremely sharp and durable, right? It just like
Yeah,
saws
you're
through.
a flying blender.
Yeah. That's what the ramming plates are.
Yeah. So the like sort of bad news is that I'm sorry, we already did it.
But yeah. Man, I feel like I'm about to sneeze.
I guess the wildest thing you do is you build whatever vehicle you want, and then you put an Everlight in it, and it's maximum overdrive. The really
Dang.
cheesy.
Sure,
stupid
sure.
movie.
Absolutely.
Okay, you can put a driver mounted and a passenger mounted weapon on an automaton horse. And so
Oh
one
my
person is on the
God.
front driving and they're holding the ears and the gun is in the mouth. And the other person is sitting on the back looking backwards and they're holding the tail to control the butt
Absolutely.
cannon.
Yes.
That's the most insane thing I can come up with.
That's pretty great. I love that.
That's really good.
Argalam did have one more. I don't know if you saw it.
Which one was it?
If you can communicate telepathically with
Oh,
animals.
in the chat. No, you cannot.
Yeah.
You cannot. The closest, well, you can if that animal is your companion, and you go all the way down into the metal talent tree. We saw that with Seth's character last season. He had a mental connection with his jackalope Umbra, which didn't quite come around in the sense of like speaking to each other, but did come around in the sense of like he was able to clearly communicate with Umbra and like give Umbra commands, and Umbra was able to like give feelings back in return.
Yeah. In the book, the text for telepathy is you establish a mental link with a person or group of people.
Mm-hmm.
So
you can have a telepathic experience with a Wampus. It's not great.
This is true.
Mizako also asks, how would you go about building an illuminated power rocker using an electric guitar powered by his shine to fire sound waves? Well, we have mentioned that there aren't really that many. Well, hold on. I thought of it already. There aren't that many illuminated powers that like deal damage to people. However, there is you can.
Oh, you think like you inflict pain?
Yeah, you can inflict.
You
I think
playing guitar.
You inflict pain. There's also remove sense. You can make them go deaf. There's a few offensive.
The one important distinction though is like the guitar is mechanically not involved in these things.
Right. But if
you are using your powers while also playing guitar,
but
you are using your
like
powers
a
while
narrative
also playing
device
guitar.
could be like, this is how I focus my.
Yeah. Like
you make the character choice that you can't do it without the guitar.
Yeah, exactly.
My riff of rejuvenation.
Every
consume.
Every illuminated person has a physical tell. It's oftentimes a glow in the eyes.
my tell is I'm shredding this sick riff.
I can't do it without using the guitar, and then light shoots out from it. I fucking love it. That's a one-shot character if I've ever seen one. That's beautiful.
It's a Shadowrun character that Roman has played.
This is true.
Is that the one I played that liked sandwiches a lot?
Yes.
Yeah. It was the one time we played Anarchy, and you played the rocker who was so good at hitting people with that guitar.
Gosh, what a wild time.
That looks like all the questions we have in the Discord. And I don't see any additional questions in the chat. So we are gonna call it for tonight. We are back on May 25th. That is gonna be at 8 p.m. Central, and we're gonna jump straight into initiative in that session as
We'll have new settings.
This is all gonna be different. Addie and I are moving
in the morning.
in the fucking morning. And so when we settle in next week, I won't be here. I'll probably still have these lights in some capacity, but I don't know what the place I'm going to look like is.
You should take a photo of your background and then get a green screen to put behind you.
And just forever have this background. Interesting.
I don't want to scare the people, Tommy.
Yeah.
I don't like change.
Yeah, we're gonna be elsewhere, and that elsewhere is gonna look different, and we'll figure it out. It's gonna be great.
Probably gonna be outside. It's gonna be wild.
You think you're gonna be outside?
I'm gonna be on the porch probably.
Damn, that'll be
Yeah.
fun until it rains. All right, cool. We are done for tonight. Thank you all so much. Let's take a quick second.
And before we raid, don't forget, if you enjoyed us and playing and everything, don't forget to hit that follow and subscribe if you can. We're here every Tuesday. We love you guys so much. Thank you for joining us on this crazy journey. And now do the raid.
Yeah, we are
We're never going to Lost Process.
We're
Never.
never going to Lost Process.
It's not happening.
What is this? I don't know.
I
what
like the sound of that.
I just don't know what game they're playing.
Let's find out together.
Yeah, I don't know what game. It says the title of this stream is Sick of, and it's IDIR. I don't know if that's the name of the game or a location in the campaign they're playing. But yeah, we're gonna jump into the stream. I don't know what they're playing. They have a cool map up. It looks like it's fantasy based. Let's jump in. This is we're gonna join the I'm gonna mispronounce this. Is it Daelric? Daelric? DAELRIC. They're playing some cool fantasy game. Let's go jump in their chat. When you get there, throw whatever emotes you got in the chat and
Throw
give
some orders in the
Gosh,
chat.
throw
Orders
some
in the chat.
dexes. Come on.
Orders in the chat.
get some borders in that chat.
The problem is porters in the chat sounds so much better in my mouth than some dexes in the chat.
Yeah, give them all the love. Give them all the love. We love people who play tabletop RPGs. We want to spread the love that Ink and Liar spread to us. Let's keep this train going. Let's stay up and watch some people play some cool RPGs. We'll keep the stream on while Addie and I continue to pack.
Yay!
Yay! All right, thank you all so much. Let's do this raid. Let's go.
Go, let's do it.
Boom. Counting down. 7 seconds. Thank you all so much. Okay, bye. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
Why can't I count with my hands?